Honey, a white mother just got on camera and told every black parent in America to be afraid. Not me saying it, y'all. I didn't say it. It was her, a mother of white boys. She looked in that camera and said, Black children get unalive when they get out with their white friends. Oh my God. And wasn't that what Nolan Wells was doing? Yes, he was out with his white friends. Okay. Honey, murdered. Her words, not mine. And if y'all want me to play the video clip, press that 5 because you know I'll play it. You know I'll play it. If you want me to play some video clips by this white mother, press a 5. And honey, they are burying Nolan Wells on Monday. Y'all know that, right? A black boy who went out with his white friends and came home in a box his mama wasn't even allowed to open. Then this woman explained it, honey. She said, we cannot tolerate black joy, black intelligence, black beauty, black confidence. Cannot tolerate. Like our happiness make their skin itch. Yeah, our happiness make their skin itch, y'all. When I tell you my hands were starting to shake, because last week the white man told us how they unalived our boys, our black boys. This week, the white mama is telling us why. And honey, she raises the white boys that do it. Honey, let me tell y'all what she said. Okay, let me tell. Okay, y'all say put the clip up here. All right, you ain't got to tell me but once, honey. All right, so I may not play all of her clips right now. I'm going to play some.
We can have a black nanny. We can have a black house cleaner. We can have a black teacher. We can have a black coach. We can have black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about all those sweet children that have been killed.
Oh my God.
When they go out with their white friend, comes down through the DNA. I think also the cruelty of slavery. The desire to hurt, the desire to steal and kill and humiliate and torment and disappear Black people is what comes down through the DNA. I think when you do something like that for long enough and you pass it down for the many years that slavery and enslaved people were in chains, that is an instinct with us, cruelty. And I think you can see it in many videos. All the white women and white men that are telling Black kids and Black families to get the hell out of here, you don't belong. We just don't want you to have more than us, honey. We just don't want you to be prettier. We don't want you to be the beauty standard. We don't want you to be judges or anything like that. We want you to be below us, beneath us. And we've tried so hard to keep you down, and we failed so badly. Because like Maya Angelou said, still you rise. We may hate you.
Yes.
Beat you. We may do those things, and it makes us crazy that you keep coming back and getting better. We can't stand it. I don't know why that is.
I know why, and I'll tell you when she finished.
I think I heard somebody say that white people are the ones that have the ancestors that were closely related to the apes.
Oh.
And I believe that. We are so similar to Cro-Magnon man Neanderthals. We're fucking pale monsters. I really hate being white sometimes. I'm super ashamed. I think things like, sorry, I don't get good sleep right now. I think when I see a young black kid with a bunch of white kids, or like I try to watch for things that are happening. And I was thinking to myself, if I saw a black kid hopping in a vehicle with a bunch of white kids, what would I do? I mean, I could do anything. I could get the black kid to come over and say, hey, I think I know your mother. Come here. And then to say, you better get away from all them white boys. But I had a brown friend of mine tell me that was silly and that it is savior-ish. Ooh, and I don't like that. White savior. And then I still do it. I have it in me that black people need my help.
Ooh, I wish she would have said that at Nolan Wales. She would have saved Nolan Wales' life. If she saw Nolan Wales get on that boat with all them white boys and she said, come here. I think you need an XY and let the boat go on July the 4th. Nolan would have still been here. She would have saved a black life.
Mexican people need my help. Hispanic people need my help. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. If they do, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. If they do, they'll ask. That's one thing. They'll ask. And I'll know instinctually if I'm out and about and something's happening. I can just pay attention and see if there's a way for me to step to whatever the white person is doing. I don't know. We'll see. I think the cruelty lives in us, and I don't mean it like we don't have a choice. Of course we have a choice, but it comes down as instinct, and unless we work desperately, unless we work very, 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 very hard for very, very, very many years, we will never be rid of it. We'll never be rid of it anyway. But so, hey, boo, I just had a thought. One of the reasons white people hate black people is because we cannot tolerate black joy. We cannot tolerate black intelligence. We cannot tolerate black beauty. We cannot tolerate black confidence. We cannot tolerate black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate anything that frees a black person. There's a level of racism that I think hits differently for black people than it does for Asian people or Hispanic people or Middle Eastern people or Native Americans even. Each one of those things that people think regarding other races are different with black people, I think. Because again, we don't like black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want black judges. We don't want anything for black people that doesn't.
Okay, family, once again, the show going to start at 1 p.m. No, I decided to show this as an introduction, as we usually do, in memory of our brother, and also to bring awareness and to be educated on how we should move about in certain places and with certain people. Now, this lady says something, and that led me to pause the video. First of all, our condolences go to our brother, the family, the mother, the father, the sister, or the brothers or relatives and friends and loved one. Now, this lady says something we do not want for Black people. And what she's saying here is it goes in general. We do not want for Black people to take control of themselves because we are jealous of them. Yes, I mean, we can see Black people, becoming horsemen. We can see Black people in certain area, like in certain places, in a hospital working, like those things. But when it comes to economic empowerment, right? We do not want Black folks to do that. We do not want to see them in those places. When it comes to them having full control of themselves and without white people being involved, we do not want it. When we see their unity, we do not want it. When we see them happy, we do not want it. When we see them sad, when we see them crying, when we see them calling onto white people, it makes us happy. That is what she's saying. What she said in this recording, it revealed a lot. And that is why, on a political level, and apart from a political level, that is why on a governmental level, and apart from a non-governmental level, right, on a leadership level, this video speak volume. That is why these people, these evil people, they have killed every great African leaders who have great potentials, who have visions for the continent of Africa and for African nations worldwide. And this is why we are going to discuss today what we can never and we should never trust these people. Because what she revealed in this video, right? She exposed her race. And in this video, she is saying, no matter what Black people can do to try to love white people will never ever love Black people. It's not going to happen. Like she said in this video, it's not going to happen and it will never happen. Let's continue here.
Doesn't directly affect and entertain us. So we can have a Black nanny. We can have a Black house cleaner. We can have a Black teacher. We can have a Black coach. We can have Black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about
African lost bond. You are right. So it's like you already saw what I'm going to talk about today, right? This is what this discussion is about today. But you see the issue of Black people worldwide. Our issues are connected because we are one. What is happening on the African continent is exactly what is happening in the diaspora. So I got you. This is WCC. Relax, get your popcorn and relax. We are going to get into it.
all those sweet children that have been killed, murdered, when they go out with their white friends. And I think that as much as the trauma of slavery comes down through the DNA, I think also the cruelty of slavery, the desire to hurt, the desire to steal and kill and humiliate and torment and disappear Black people is what comes down through the DNA. I think when you do something like that for long enough and you pass it down for the many years that slavery and enslaved people.
All right, I'm not going to play all of it, but what do y'all agree with her? Press 2 if you agree with her. I want to know. And press 15 if you want me to play all of it. Okay, where y'all at on this? Where y'all at on this?
Were in chains. That is an instinct with us, cruelty. And I think you can see it in many videos. All the white women and white men that are telling Black kids and Black families to get the hell out of here, you don't belong. We just don't want you to have more than us, honey. We just don't want you to be prettier. We don't want you to be the beauty standard. We don't want you to be judges or anything like that. We want you to be below us, beneath us. And
Now, and this statement, right? This statement also relate, right, to the African continent, right? Yes, you can be leader of the African continent, but we do not want you to make decision to unite Africa in a diaspora. We do not want you to make decision to take control of your resources. We do not want you to take control of your economy and your political, how they call it, governance of your country. And that is why they are always into Africans' elections. And that is why they always want to mingle with Africans' organizations like the ECWA, the AU. They do not want to leave us alone. You see it? Yes, Black people, you can exist. Yes, Black people, you can be president for your country. You can be prime minister. You can be secretary. You can be whatsoever, right? You can be what you want to be. But do not take control to empower yourself, to empower your continent, to empower your nations. Okay, at the end of the day, we want white folks to be the engine behind what we define for you as democracy. At the end of the day, we want Europe, white people, to be the engine of what we define for you as good governance. We want for Europe or the white men to be the engine of what we define for you as what a government is, what a government is supposed to do, okay? What needs to be provided for your various countries. That is what we want. But we do not want you to be self-controlled, self-contained, and self-independent. We do not want that. We do not want you to isolate yourself from us because they will not survive. That is what they don't want. And that is why they always want to be in our affair. Even though they are saying they do not like us, it's pretense. They pretend to say they want to separate themselves from us. They pretend. Okay, and that is why African great leader, that is why they killed Gaddafi, okay, because Gaddafi wanted for Africa to isolate herself from Europe and America, the colonizer, the enslaver, okay, the apartheid supporter and the apartheid nations. Gaddafi said we should separate. They killed him. Gaddafi said we can be self-sufficient, we can be self-independent, we can have our one currency. We do not have to go to the IMF. We do not have to go to the World Bank. These people are demons. They are evil. They are not good. They killed Gaddafi. What they did, They killed Amika Cabral. What they did, they killed Thomas Sankara. All these people were not bad leaders. All these people were leaders that the United States, that Europe should have worked with, that the white man should have worked with, but they went and killed these people because they are jealous, because they don't want to see black empowerment, they don't want to see black controlling what belongs to them. They will feel inferior. And meanwhile, we do not have their goddamn time. So you see, she's exposing a lot of things just from this board death that they killed. Okay? Or allegedly. Let's put it that way before they come for me. Okay? So she's exposing a lot of things about their race. No matter what we do, she is saying the black man and the white man will never ever, as we think in our head. That is why she is telling us, that is what the crime that the white men have committed against the black man. The white men said it is never a crime, and that is why they voted against for slavery to be the heinous crime ever committed in the world. The white men said, no, we are not going to vote for it. We are going to vote against it to be the highest crime ever committed against humanity. The white man said, no, we will not vote. We will veto it, and they veto it. That should speak volume. And that is why we are going to be discussing today why they want Ibrahim Traore dead. These people are devil. Why they want Tiani dead, but they will keep Tinubu in power. Why they want Asemi Geita dead, but they will keep Pombia in power for 50 years. Why they want Ibrahim Traore dead, but they will keep Farouk in power and support Farouk for over 60 years. Why they want these people dead, but they do not want the corrupt and selfish and greedy leader dead. That is what we are here to discuss today. This lady is exposing a lot of things here today. And we are going to discuss it. Relax, listen, relax.
We've tried so hard to keep you down, and we failed so badly. Because like Maya Angelou said, still you rise.
All right, honey. Ooh-wee. Didn't she give a word? Her words, not mine. I told you that's what this white woman said. A white mother of white boys, honey. She said we cannot tolerate black joy. We cannot tolerate black intelligence. We cannot tolerate black beauty. We cannot tolerate black confidence. Cannot tolerate, not don't like, not uncomfortable with, cannot tolerate, like we allergic. You understand? Like our happiness make them itch. And she wasn't done. She said, we cannot tolerate black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate anything that frees a black person, anything that frees us, y'all. So when y'all ask me why they came for the boy's phone, his keys, his story, his name, this is why. Anything that frees us, they got to grab it. It's a reflex. She said it, not me. She said, we don't like black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want them to be black judges. We don't want anything for black people that doesn't directly entertain us. We can be the nanny. We can be the house cleaner. We can be the rapper. We can be the movie star. We can be the coach. We can play for their team, but only what make them comfortable. The minute we the judge instead of the defendant, the minute we own the team instead of playing for it, that's when the tolerance runs out, baby. Y'all hearing this? This is a white mother telling you the rules from the inside of the house. There was never nothing wrong with you. Your joy was the problem. Your intelligence was the problem. Your confidence was the problem. The problem was never our failure. It's our excellence they cannot stomach. Now, here come the part that made my blood just stop. In the middle of all of this truth telling, this white mother said a sentence she probably didn't even realize she was saying. She said, and I need you to hear every word. I think about all those sweet kids that have been killed, murdered when they go out with their white friends. Did y'all hear that? Press 1 if you heard her say that. A white mother just stood in front of the whole internet and said Black babies get murdered when they go out with their white friends. She didn't say hurt. She didn't say mistreated. She said murdered. And she said it like it's common knowledge, like something everybody in her world knows. Because it is something everybody in her world knows. Nolan Wells went out with his white friends on the 4th of July. They came back. He did not. They burying him on Monday, y'all. They are burying him tomorrow. She wasn't talking about Nolan, but baby, she was talking about Nolan. And the fear is real. The fear is valid because a white mother just confirmed what Black mama's been knowing for 400 years. This is why our grandmothers didn't want us going certain places. This is why our mothers asked 100 questions before we left the house. This is why we all gotta be there, right? Was the first question out of a Black mama's mouth, huh? Who's all gonna be there? Amen. Press 3 if you know that's the first question out of a Black mama's mouth. Who is all gonna be there? I needs to know. Because they know. They always know. And now one of their mamas just confirmed it on camera. And honey, she went deeper. She told on their bloodline. She said the cruelty of slavery didn't just pass through down in our DNA as trauma. She said it passed through theirs as cruelty. Her words, the desire to hurt, to steal, to kill, to humiliate, to torture, to disappear Black people. That is an instant with us. That's what she said. She said that is an instinct with us. Talking about them. An instinct, y'all. Not an opinion. Not a misunderstanding. Not a, bad few apples. She said an instinct written into them by 400 years of practice. So when they tell you it was an accident, when they say the boys panic, when they say, oh, no foul play, in 36 hours, remember what the white mother said. It's not confusion, baby. It's instinct. They've been disappearing Black people so long, it comes natural now, like breathing air. And she said something else that explained the whole machine. She said, we just don't want you to have more than us. We don't want you to be the beauty standard. We don't want you to be judges. We want you below us, beneath us. And then she said the part that should be printed on every Black man's wall. We try so hard to keep you down, and we failed so badly. Still you rise. We may hate you. We may beat you. And it makes us crazy that you keep on coming back and getting better and better. We can't stand it. That's the hate, y'all. That's the whole hate. It ain't that we beneath them. It's that we refuse to stay beneath them. Every degree, every business, every beauty Black family, every beautiful Black family, every time we smile in their face after everything they've done, It makes them crazy. Our survival is their insult. Our joy is their injury. So they try to kill the joy literally. Now, a second white woman came with the theory. And honey, I didn't put that on here. I didn't put that on this video, okay? I did not put this on here, the second white woman. I got to get her from Willie D. Shout out to him. And stay with me, y'all, because it sounded wild at first. Let me tell y'all what she said. She said, what if Black people got something valuable, something special, something they figured out a long time ago? Well, we are God's chosen people, right? Press 7 if we are God's chosen people. And that's why they spend hundreds of years trying to destroy us. She said, you don't wage war this long, this hard, this expensive over skin color. You do it over something they're scared of. And honestly, she is circling the truth without knowing the name of it. Because here's what they're really afraid of. It ain't magic. It's potential. It's potential. They are afraid of what Black people become the minute we get the same resources everybody else got. That's it. That's the whole war right there. America got anybody but a Black philosopher. Anybody but a Black can open the business without harassment. Anybody but Blacks can build their own town and be left alone. Because we can build our own town. Yeah. Didn't we do it? Press 10 if we did it. Yes, we did. We built our own town, and they, the whites, came and burnt it down. Tulsa, Rosewood, over and over and over again. Why? Because we keep proving it. Every generation with less, with nothing, with the boot on our neck, and we still produce excellence. We still rise. So imagine what happens when the boot comes off. That's the nightmare. They keep them up at night. It's not our skin, it's our ceiling. Because we ain't got one, and they know it. Honey, break the ceiling, break the ceiling, break the ceiling. And honey, one more thing she did confirm, and I need every educated, I made it, loving Negro to hear this. She said, there is nothing you can do to make them like you. Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna need you to hear this. I'm so educated. Oh, I just want to be close to them. I'm not like y'all. I'm not this and I'm not that and I'm better. Ain't nothing that you can do to make them like you. Nothing. Your degree don't change shit. Your zip code ain't gonna change shit. Your white friends don't change shit. Okay? Nolan lived with them for what, 3 years? That's what they say. I don't believe he lived with them literally, but they were saying that he's been over there for pretty much all the time for 3 years. 3 years in that White House, eating their food, calling them family, and days before his funeral, the brother called us worthless Blacks. Okay? Proximity, being close to them is not protection. It never was. Okay? Yeah. Some of y'all Blacks think because y'all close to them, y'all gonna be protected. We are seeing every day you are not protected, baby. Okay? So what we do with this, y'all? First, survival part. Because I just don't bring you rage. I bring you the manual. That white mother says she thinks about what she'd do if she saw a Black child hop in a car full of white boys. She says she'll want to pull him to the side and tell him, you better get away from all them white boys. A white mother said that. So Black mothers, I'm saying it to you louder. Talk to your sons again and again. The friends they trust, honey, make them name them. Yeah, we want to know names. Make them tell you where they're going, who's driving, who's going to be there. Not because you're paranoid, because you read. Because now the confession is on camera and can't nobody call you crazy no more. And the anger is holy. Don't let it just burn, let it build. Because, see, they told on the whole game. They told on the whole game. They hate ain't personal, baby. It's a strategy. Keep them uneducated. Keep them blacks struggling. Keep them blacks beneath us. Keep them blacks, kill the ones that's just rising too high. That's a strategy. And the counter strategy, simple. Get the degree, start the business, buy the block, teach your babies, smile in their face while you do it. Rise so high, they just get dizzy watching, honey. That's what make them crazy. It's not our rage. It's our rise. Honey, no wonder why they hate Michelle Obama. No wonder why they hate the Obamas. Look, 2 white people in 2 weeks broke the code. One told us how they killed our boys. One told us why. The wall ain't just cracking, y'all, it's crumbling. And every confession they make is one more receipt for the world to see. It was never us. It was never us. To the white mother who told the truth, you're going to catch hell from your own people for it. Yes, she is. She going to catch hell from her own people for it. They already coming for her. But you said what needed to be said. And to every black person watching, your joy is a weapon. Your confidence is a weapon. Your success is a weapon. That's why they can't tolerate it. So be intolerable. Yeah, be intolerable. Rise and keep rising. Because nothing on this earth make them madder than a black person they can't break. Woo! If y'all enjoy this, I need y'all to like, comment, and subscribe. Share this with every single person who needs to hear this. So let's stay on their necks, and we.
All right, Darwin, please, let us be respectful here. All right, I mean, I will hear, right? I do have some issue with Barack Obama. Trust me, I'm not a fan of Barack Obama. All right, so just because you are not a fan of Barack Obama, I am not a fan of Barack Obama. She might be a fan, right? She know what she's believing. So what you know, okay, about Barack Obama, she may not know. All right. So please, let us be respectful to our sister. I mean, she says some things in there that you yourself you know, right? She gave solutions in there, all right, that you yourself you know. But just because of that one name that she called Barack Obama, you know, it shouldn't be like an insult, trying to insult her, like trying to tell her shut the fuck up. You know, that is not right. All right. As much as we may not like Barack Obama, she liked Barack Obama, all right? But that shouldn't be an insult. What she said that you think is truth, take it. What she said in this video that you think is truth, take it. And what you think is not true, leave it. But that does not call for an insult, all right? On this platform. Let us be respectful to that to that beautiful queen mother, what she says in there. She said a lot of things. She brought this video. This video was sent, you know, that I can use it as well. So let us just be respectful. Don't be disrespectful to her just because she mentioned Barack Obama name. All right. Even Trump. All right. As much as you may not like Trump, other people still like Trump. All right. As much as you may hate Trump, other people can still die for Trump. But that doesn't mean those that die for Trump, you should go and insult them, disrespect them, and think. That is, you know, their belief, what they believe about Trump, all right, about Trump philosophers and things, all right. Even Satan himself have follower, All right. And a follower of Satan, they are human beings like you and myself. And Satan is human being. So when it says Satan, Satan is not any object that is sitting in the sky or any object that is beneath the soil. Satan is actually a human being that is walking on a planet of the earth. Okay. Satan is just someone who deceives you. All right. Like demon. Demon is someone who deceives you. Devil is someone who deceives you. All right. So Satan is on planet earth. All right. So we can refer to those people who put black people into captivity, into slavery, and up to today, systematically, who are still doing these things to black people are the devil, are Satan. All right? But equally so, all right? Those people still have, you may not believe it, there are black people, all right? There are some black people as we speak, all right, who are supporting the family, all right, of the people who killed this black boy. Do you know that? There are black people today who are defending those white boys, all right, who have been alleged to have killed this boy. Do you know that? Obviously, there are black people who are defending, all right, the alleged of this boy. All right? So let's just be respectful about our mother or what she said, all right? Just because she mentioned Barack Obama, please. But anyway, I know we're all in the same course. She said a lot of things in there that you can take, all right? Now, this is why I brought this video. This video, when you see this video, right? This video, it exposes the white man. I'm going to be specific here, all right? I'm not even going to say European. Yeah, I would say European. I would say this, but they know who they are. It exposed the white men of their evil deeds, all right, of their dirty heart, of their black heart towards African people, towards black people worldwide. She exposed a lot in this video just pertaining to this boy death about how white people think about black people and the continent and black nation as a whole. Not to waste your time, right? Not to waste your time, not to waste your time. Let us get into what we are here to discuss today. Not to waste your time. Let us get to what we are here to discuss today. Not to waste your time. All right, once again, this is Frank. I am your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series aspect of WCC, where we don't come with opinion. There's no opinion here, folks. If we don't have the material fully prepared to discuss, we pause and wait and keep session for the next weekend to come. That's why some weekend we don't present. Yes, sometimes I can be tired. Sometimes it's not like I don't have the material. I can be tired, or sometimes I have other things to do. Like today's discussion was actually meant to be discussed last week. But again, I was also occupied with other activities. So I have to postpone last week to today. All right? So if we don't have it, we don't discuss it. We still put the material together before we come here. Because at the same time, we know who we are going to talk about. So we don't want to come with opinion. We come with facts so that when they're coming after us, we come back to them and say, but listen, this is what we discussed. We said nothing different. This is you, evil as you are. Now, to that topic, it says, Ibrahim Traore, the kings of Burkina Faso, the leader of Burkina Faso, the president of Burkina Faso, that the white man called Jointa, that Washington, D.C. called Jointa, that Europe call Jointa, but African people, black people call him the kings of Burkina Faso. We don't care what kind of interpretation the white man and their neo-colonialists can give to Ibrahim Traore. We don't care. But that man is the leader, the president of Burkina Faso, just as Donald Trump is the president of Mali. Just how Macron is the president of France, and just how England, Germany, all of them have their leader that they call the president. That's how Ibrahim Traore is the president of Burkina Faso. And we don't care about what Washington, D.C. will say or call him. We don't care about how Europe will say or call him. That is their business to go and sit there and grieve and cry over it. We don't care. Our leaders are our leaders. Those are not jointer. Those are freedom fighters. Oh, I understand. I understand. So the reason why you call those people jointer was the same reason you call Nelson Mandela a terrorist. When Nelson Mandela was fighting against apartheid, you call Nelson Mandela a terrorist. Oh, it's not strange to us anymore. When you give our good leaders names and adjectives, it's not strange to us no more. It will never be strange to us because we know you are devil. The Bible speaks about. We understand. We understand and understand everything you are. Washington, D.C. and Europe. We understand. Oh, we understand why you call Malcolm X an extremist. But Malcolm X did not kill one white man during colonial time. Malcolm X, in the day of Malcolm X, we know what was happening in the U.S. Malcolm X did not kill any white man. But the offense, the crime Malcolm X ever committed was what this lady spoke about, this white lady spoke about in the video, that the white man does not want to see the black man uniting. The white man does not want to see the black man taking control of their own thing. The white man does not want to see the black man controlling anything that the white man does not give the go ahead to the black man. The white man does not want to see it. Malcolm X's only crime was to go to the African continent to unite where he came from, to gain back his spirit where he came from, and then came back to the diaspora with a good message to his people, to his oppressed people, and said, just how we are oppressed in America, that's how our people are oppressed on the African continent. And I brought a message for you. That message is to unite here in America, and then we can unite on the African continent with the African people, the rest of our brother on the African continent. And I also told them that only way we can unite is to unite the African continent. Henceforth, we all can unite. That was Malcolm X crime. And the white man, what did they do? They unalive him. They call him an extremist. That did not end there. Dr. King only crime that he ever committed, after he came back and told us, he felt that he led his people into a burning fire by giving a dream speech. And he said a dream speech did not resonate. That dream speech put his people into burning fire. He regretted why he ever gave the dream speech to his people. That was his crime. And you call him an extremist. You call him a terrorist. So you think it would be strange to us when any of our African leaders rise. You know, Malcolm Garvey said, one who does not know his or her history is like a tree standing by the bank of a river without trunk and struggling to survive. Oh, no. We are not surviving. We are not struggling because we know our history when it comes to the white man. You damn evil. You have hate in your heart towards the black man when the black men have never done you nothing. You run the black man instead of you to apologize. You said, no, I'm not going to apologize. Who is the black man? The black man is inferior. Because we have those Negro P. Both women and brown who still want to be inferior. We have those people who are called a hot slave that Malcolm X called a hot slave. Who want to be inferior. But let's read something here. We don't care what kind of name you will give to our leaders. Because you know what? Let me remind America and NATO. You kill Gaddafi. directly. You lie to the African people. And you bribe the few African leaders, so stupid and dumb. They agree, they accepted the black infidels. And while you walk on the African continent, far away from the United States, far away from Europe, they do not even share a border. I mean, miles and miles and miles away. But you bribe those African leaders with brown envelope, not to intervene, not to question you when they come to the United Nations. Today, those leaders come to the United Nations and never question Europe and America or NATO for killing Gaddafi. But let's put that in your shoe. Had it been an African leader who came to Washington, D.C. and assassinated the United States president and bomb and kill the United States president child. Had it been an European leader, an African continent, got in plane and came and assassinated that European leader and killed the child. When you allowed Africa to go and sit at the United Nations table, it will never happen in a wildest dream. Never will it happen. Oh, Malcolm X said it. Malcolm X said, it is only bad when a black man do it. It is only bad when a black man do it. It is only bad. But if the white man do it, it is not bad. It is good. Malcolm X said, if the white man do it, it's not bad, it's good, because we allow the white man to interpret what is good and what is bad. And that is what we are going to discuss today. Ladies and gentlemen, be with me. Let's get into an article that I have, let me see. I have 3 articles for you today that I'm going to discuss. Yes, Ibrahim Traore was right. Western nations do not care about Africa and black people. All they care about is the African resources. That is what they want. That's the question or the discussion, the topic for today's discussion. Ibrahim Traore is right. Western nations do not care about African people, your blackness. They don't care. What they care for or about is your resources, and that is what they want. Nothing more and nothing less. They don't care about your black ass. They don't care. You can die. They don't care. If they care, why would they want to put sanction on African leaders who do not agree with American foreign policy? Why would they put sanction on that country for your own resources? Why? Oh no. Oh no. It's not those days again that we're going to sit and keep silent. Oh no. Oh no. We understand. You can never be a good friend to Africa. Never! Because history tells also. Your attitude tells also. Your behavior tells also. You are a liar. We can trust you. Because you made us to understand that we cannot trust the white man. We should never trust the white man. No, you told us. You've been telling us with your behavior and attitude. You've been telling us. Oh yes, you killed Gaddafi. That's a reminder for us. You killed Lumumba. That's a reminder for us. You killed Thomas Sankara. That's a reminder for us. And you want to kill Ibrahim Traore. That's a reminder for us. Oh my God. Oh, what? It's a reminder. We will put it in your face. Brianna, I'm not screaming. You see, that is why you get it wrong. That's a Western mentality. Screaming. I'm not screaming. I'm excited for what I'm speaking about. I'm energetic of what I'm speaking about. I'm not screaming. Do you read the Bible? What the Bible says, if you are a believer of the Bible. It says, shout like a waterfall so that your people can hear it. And you know what the Bible says? Be careful of those who come to you to speak in soft tone. Be careful of those who come to you and speak in soft tone. Their voice may be soft like butter. Their voice may be soft and thin like oil. But war is in their heart, sword is in their hand, and that is why the black man most of the time always defeated. Because when they see the white man can, oh, we are here to help. We want to educate. We come over NGO. We care about humanity. This, that. But before you make up your mind, they assassinate your leader. They stab you. Oh. But you are afraid of the man who shot for you to hear it. You are afraid of the man. But you are not afraid of the man who come and speak to you soft about it and he stab you behind your back. Oh, you are not afraid of him. But you are afraid of me when I'm screaming because I want you to understand what I'm speaking about. Because I understand. I know what I'm speaking about. Oh, no. My sister, I'm not mad. I'm not screaming. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm free. I'm not howling. Let's continue. Now, the article that you see here, because of time factors, I try to narrow it down to get this. But what you see here, this is not only about the US, because the European Union or the European envoy have also been to Burkina Faso. All right? Europe has also gone to Burkina Faso. But it's something we want to discuss here, folks. So I cannot bring all the articles, all right? I can't bring everything, but I will bring the one that summarizes everything, all right? And put it in one basket and deliver it to you, my people. Now, there are a few things we're going to look at here. I know the leader of the Sahel nation, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. We trust them. We trust them. I'm not going to see a diplomat from the US. I say, oh, Ibrahim Traore. No, we trust them. We know what they are doing. I'm not going to see a diplomat from EU. I say, oh, no, why you allow them? No, we trust them. We know what they are doing. But equally so as we trust them, we need to guide them through educating them, even though they already know. But we need to guide them through that you cannot trust the devil. A devil will always be a devil. Satan will always be Satan in the eyes of the Creator, no matter what. There was a reason why the Creator called Satan, Satan. There was a reason why the Creator called demon, demon. There was a reason why the Creator called devil, devil. So Satan will always be Satan. So our devil should always be the devil. Our demon should always be the demon. Now, let's read something here. I'm excited. I'm not screaming. I understand. I will come down a little bit. All right? I got you. I salute you. Let's move on. Don't think I'm angry with you. I'm not angry. I will never be angry with you. All right? I will never be angry. I'm happy. I'm just letting you know, I'm happy. Sometimes you see me like the energy of the ancestor, of our forefather, come into me. It's not just me speaking. I have so many spirits, all right, voices that are coming out. That energy is there. So sometimes when you see me screaming, allow a flow. Just listen to the messages. Don't listen to my scream. Don't listen to what I'm shouting. Listen to the messages. That is what I want you to get. I salute you though. Let's continue. All right. Now, it says U.S. Africa week ahead. U.S. Africa week ahead. Trump Africa envoy. Trump Africa envoy head to West Africa, the poorest continent, as they say. Oh my God, I'm so happy. You see, this is why I'm happy, because when I see some things, and when you be happy, when I'm happy, I'm not shouting, I'm happy. If only you understand what I'm understanding. The continent that is saying is poor. The continent is saying is a third world continent. But they can never leave this continent alone when the continent is trying to tell them, okay, leave us alone, that we handle our situation, our problem. No, they don't want to. Why would you want to help a helpless man, a man who is hungry as you think? And you ask this individual, sir, are you hungry? You are lying down there after you are hungry. Can I buy you food? And the man said, no, I am not hungry. I don't need your food. I don't need your help. Go away. And you forcing yourself to buy this man food, knowing very well this man don't want it. He will never eat it. He don't trust it no more. But you forcing yourself for this man to trust you to eat your food. There's a reason this man don't want to eat your food, because that food might be poison. And that is how Africa has come to realize that the Western world, they are not good. They will give you poison. For we are not speaking because we want to speak. Everything we say here, we will prove it. And what I'm saying here, I will prove it. Let's read. Trump Africa envoy head to West Africa as Washington court Shahe Jointa. Oh my God. They are calling our great leader Jointa. These people had to land. These people had to listen. These people, they had to learn. They are so adamant. And only evil people can be so adamant. A government that is loved by 8 people. A government that is cherished by 8 people. And you still call this government a jointer. Only a devil can think that way. Let's continue. Assistant Secretary of State Frank Garcia is traveling to Nigeria, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire for his inaugural trip to the continent. All right, let's read. Let's read. For his inaugural trip to the continent, as the United States seek to rebuild, with the alliance of the Sahelian state. Oh, the same state you are calling the leader jointer. The same state, the same nations you are calling the leaders jointer. Why are you going to strengthen tie with jointer? Do you understand why I'm so excited? Do you understand? Why do you want to go to make alliance with a jointer? A nation leader that you call jointer, that you say you don't respect. Why you want to go and strengthen alliance? You want to go and rebuild alliance with them. Wow. These people think we will not expose them. You think you will go behind closed door to meet this leader and you will not be exposed. We will discuss you like a flow red. Let me say this to the African leaders. to the African leaders who want to be puppets, to the African leaders who want to be neo-colonialist leader, to the African leaders who think Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso have isolated themselves from the rest of the African nations. Let me warn them seriously. This is what exactly a demon do. These are the same people that are making you to disconnect yourself with the Sahelian nation. But at the same time, these people come behind your back to go to the Sahelian nation to rebuild tie with them. But at the same time, they are telling you, no, Nigeria, don't do it. No, Africa, don't do it. No, Liberia, don't do it. You see how stupid and dumb some of you sound? These people continue to use you, but they are going making tie for their interest. But at the same time, they are telling you, no, isolate Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. Do not build tie with them on an African continent and African nation. But at the same time, they are going building their tie because they want the resources. But they are telling you, no, divide Congo. Don't be friendly with them. They are joint tie. But you see, you taking a personal, you so-called African leaders who don't understand, you are taking a personal. You will say that there, no, they came through the back door. They are not democratic nation. They are joint tie. So we do not want to associate ourselves. A democratic nation cannot associate themselves with a joint tie nation. But at the same time, the so-called democrats, right, United States is going there to be an ally with them, to rebuild an ally for their resources. Then they will come to Nigeria, as he said here, he's going to Nigeria, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire. Let's continue here. So they have agenda, different, in fact, the message this Frank Garcia guy is taking to the African continent to meet with these three nations. He have 3 speeches. The messages are not the same. Let's read. The message is divide and conquer. Let's read and see here. You see, these people at the same time, they don't respect Nigeria, but they respect Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Why? Because Nigeria is a puppet state to the United States and Europe. Nigeria is a neo-colonialist state. And Burkina Faso is not. Mali is not. Niger is not. So the messages are different. Let's read. Be with me. Ibrahim Traore was right. The Western nations do not care about Africa. All they care is about the African resources. And history has proven to us, if you don't know, you will never know. If you don't know and you are watching, now you know. Let's continue. Assistant Secretary of State Frank Garcia is slated to visit Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mali to advance objective that keep American. And so listen, folks, this man going to the African continent to meet with the leader of those nations. What I'm about to read here today, there's nothing in here about Africa. What would benefit Africans? All right? What would benefit Black people? Okay? Let's read. Let's read. All right? Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mali to advance objective that keep Americans safe. That's one word in that, one key word, right? That will keep Americans safe. The next one, promote American economic. Promote American economic. All right? Promote American economic prosperity in the United States. And advocate for U.S. interest. And advocate for U.S. interest. Oh, you are going to a Sahel state. You are going to a nation that you call is not a democratic nation. You are going to a nation that you say those leaders, they are joint tie. You are going to a nation that you say those leaders has isolated themselves from the world. from the international community. You are going to a nation to beg them for resources. You are going to a nation to strengthen your economic power. A nation that you said they are third world. A continent that you said is third world continent. You are depending on this continent to make America safe. How can a third war make America safe? How can a third war promote American economy and prosperity? How can a third war, make America great again? How can a third war empower American military? How? How can a third war? Please explain this to us, because we are tired hearing Africa is a third world country. Continent. This nation, they are third world nation. This nation, they are third. They are poor. How can a nation that is poor, you are depending on that nation to promote American economy, to save American economy? A third world nation, a third world continent that does not have nothing, that depend on America for America to feed them. How? You see, the propaganda these people been using, in fact, as it have been alleged by United States congressmen and their media, that you people support Boko Haram. You people support the instability in Africa. You people support ISIS. How can this nation be a tool to safeguard American economy? Let that sink in the next time you so-called Negro come on the internet and says, we depend on America. We are poor people. Africa is poor, is a poor continent. Africa, these nations are poor. Think twice. Africa does not have great leaders. How will Africa have great leaders when America and Europe, NATO kill our great leaders? How? How will you have great fathers when I am systematically killing your great fathers? And those that are not great, I'm leaving them to take care of the case. And the case come out, they be bad. They are come and blame me. I say, oh no, in the black community, they don't have good fathers. They don't have great fathers. They don't have great leaders. But meanwhile, I'm killing your great leader who's supposed to be great fathers. I'm just giving a scenario. At the end of the day, United States will come and say Africa does not produce great leaders. But they kill African great leaders. Let that sink in. If you never know, now you know. Let's continue. The State Department said on X, on Judah 10 or 10 Judah, the announcement came just hours after Garcia heard what the department deemed a productive call with Malian Foreign Minister Abdoulaye Diop on shared interest in the Shahid. There is something I want. There is video I'm going to show here. Mali, do not trust these people. Mali, do not trust Frank Garcia, the Assistant Secretary of the United States. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Do not trust him. You saw what they did to Gaddafi? They put a black man in power, Barack Obama, to do the dirty work. Barack Obama became president. He went to Gaddafi and lied to Gaddafi. And Gaddafi turned over his nuclear weapon, his nuclear power. Gaddafi turned it over. And Gaddafi said, I now have my black brother in power. Now I trust my black brother. Gaddafi turned his nuclear weapon over, his nuclear arsenal over. What then happened next? It was the black man, the man he called his brother, who commanded along with NATO, the when they assassinated or unalived Gaddafi, they destroyed Libya. Look at Libya today. When we speak with instances. When we speak with evidence. When we speak with guidance. When we speak, we get references. So when we say be careful with friend Garcia, it's not coming from a hate, but it's coming from a perspective of his experience. It's coming from a perspective with experience and truth. Let's continue. And Semi do not track friend Garcia. He's not coming on a friendship level. Imagine once upon a time, there are congressmen and women say they support Boko Haram. They support ISIS. The same ISIS that you are fighting, these people are the people that are funding ISIS. I didn't say it. The United States Congress said it. So how can this man come to you for diplomatic talk or whatsoever? The same people who told the ECOWAS to put sanction on you, the same people who pressure AU to put sanction on you because those things did not work. The same people who told AU and ECOWAS, we will give you ammunition to go and fight Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. The same people, but because it did not work, now they are coming back to you for friendship. Let history always remind all about the West. Do not trust the enemy. We should always learn that. Always have that to the back of your mind. That was how they took down Gaddafi through Barack Obama. Let's continue. The threat came. The threat comes as U.S. President Donald Trump administration has been looking to rebuild ties with the alliance of Sahelian states, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. But we have these so-called African nations who some of them are puppets. They don't see the reality of the divide and conquer. And instead saying down, blaming those African leaders that they cannot do business because their slave master told them, don't do business with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. But at the same time, their slave master are going behind their back to make peace with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso so that those third world countries, as they claim, for their resources in order to promote their economic stability in their country, to promote the economic power of their country. How can a third world country, America, depend on a third world country? Well, yeah, we're speaking it because that's what it said, a third world country. These people suffering. And let's continue here. Now, see what it said here. See what it said here. Looking to rebuild ties with the alliance states, looking to rebuild ties with the alliance of Sahelian state, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso as their Russian ally, looking to increasingly incapable of stemming the spread of jihadi insurgent. First of all, that's a blatant lie. The United States government lied here. The United States government were in Sahel. They were in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. What did they do? The United States government failed in Sahel. They couldn't defeat the terrorists. Because as they have been alleged by the United States Congress, they funded Boko Haram, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda in that region. The French government was there. Their army there. But they couldn't defeat them. Because the Nigerian army in 2012 told us that a French NGO, Médecins Sans Frontières, was giving medical supply and other supply, logistical supply to the terrorists. And the Nigerian army said, how can we be fighting the terrorists and at the same time an NGO, Médecins Sans Frontières, going and treating the terrorists when the terrorists are wounded? Treat the terrorists and then the terrorists come back. And then the Médecins Sans Frontières said, we are NGO, we not discriminate, we are not one side, we are here on both sides. Oh, how can you be treating the terrorist that is harassing citizens? And the government is fighting them. When they get wounded, you go and treat them, then you say, we are not taking any side, we are for all both sides. Do you understand the logic in there? Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, don't trust these people. Anybody that support terrorists, they are terrorists. Anybody that support jihadists, they are jihadists. That is why they support it. That is why they fund it. Now, I'm not saying they are, I'm just quoting from their congressmen and women and their media, what they say. A French journalist also said it, right? They support terrorists in the region, right? Ukrainian ambassador in Senegal, when the terrorists hit Mali and defeated some of the Malian army, all alive then, right? The Ukrainian ambassador in Senegal, what did he say? They worked with the terrorists and gave information to the terrorists about the Malians. Mali, Assimi Goita, I trust you. Do not trust Frank Garcia. Once an enemy will always be an enemy. Let's continue here. Garcia and Deputy Secretary of the State, Christopher Lando, met with the AOSS ambassador to the U.S. on July 1st to reaffirm the U.S. commitment to working with the AOSS base on respect. Listen to this. Based on respect for sovereignty and advancing mutual interest. Now, listen to the message they take it to Mali, right? I told you that what Frank Garcia is going for in those three nations are different, right? They are different, right? And I told you it is divide and conquer. It is still to put African nations together and they fight among each other, right? So in Mali, his interest in Mali is based on respect for sovereignty. That means, you know what? We respect you people. What you guys want to do, you guys do it. But at the same time, you cannot respect a man and you call a man a jointer. That is why I said, do not trust Frank Garcia. You cannot respect a man and you still calling him a jointer. You don't respect his government. You don't respect his nation. You don't respect the decisions, the support for his people. You don't respect it. You still calling him jointer. Now, earlier I told you, I said, these people respect Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, but they do not respect Nigeria. They do not respect Africans, right? Now, see what I say here. So, based on mutual respect for sovereignty, Nigeria does not have sovereignty. They don't respect Nigeria's sovereignty, but they respect Mali, right? They respect Burkina Faso, right? They respect Niger, right? And look at what it says here. And advancing mutual interest. You know what that means? We are not going to interfere in your affair. We will not cross our boundary again. Before we do anything, we will let your government know what we want to do. Now, on the other hand, right, the European Union was also there in Burkina Faso. The European Union went to Burkina Faso and told Ibrahim Traore, we want you to bring free press, which I'm going to discuss that. We want you to bring free press. We want you to go back to democracy. That is to tell you anything the white men gave you is now good. And anything the white men dislike about you is good. Practice it. What have democracy done on the African continent? You know what is happening in the Shahid nation? The Western world find it very difficult to penetrate with that evil plot and game to loot our resources. That is why they keep going there talking about sending the country back to democracy, talking about freedom of press, this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Because those things they call freedom of press are not there to give fake news propaganda about the government. You see that? Oh, I was muted. All right, let me show you something here. I don't know, for some reason, I will come back. All right, my camera is now something. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, as you can hear me, let's continue. I don't even care about camera, but let's continue here, okay? Now, let me show you something here, all right? Same people who are working with the terrorists, these same people who have made it possible, right, for the terrorists to go to the United Nations, these are the people that are coming. Look, Africa need to stop. African leaders need to stop this. African leaders need to stop this. African leaders need to stop this. Let me show you something here. Look here, right? These are the people who are giving access to the terrorists, but at the same time coming to tell us they want to come and work with us, right? Listen to this video here, and shout out to Survivor Media for this information. All right, listen to this here.
Guess what? This one is finding me a lot, right? I never thought you would come here. Anyway, so the T group, they've decided to take Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. In fact, the entire Sahel, but precisely Mali to the United Nations. Yes, they went to the United Nations to launch complaint. And you know the reason why they went to the United Nations?
God have mercy upon us.
See, sometimes it is just good not to start what you can't finish. It is just good to be on your lane and avoid problem. Ibrahim Traore on the other side was actually, he said something that I'm going to play, right? About how he predicted these people and they have become foolish to the point that they become easy to predict in their foolishness. I'll play that video to you right away, right? And I found something very interesting. The platform of this T group, I found it. They always put information here. I went through the page and I got to realize that a lot of wrong information, false publications are on this particular site right here. So this thing they went to do in the United Nations, they put it here. I'm going to read a portion of it, play the video, and then we move forward with the conversation. And you will also understand the reason why it has become necessary for them to run back to the master to go and complain. See, if you're already here, hit the like button for me. Subscribe to be part of this amazing family. All right. And I have a big announcement. My vlogging channel is ready. I'll put it in the description. I'll put it in the comment section. That is going to be something beyond the normal. And so it's a vlogging channel, this particular platform, and we know who they are already. They are a T group. Now, voices from Azawad under the dome of the United Nations call to stop violation and strengthen the protection of indigenous people.
So you see, right? This is at the United Nations. This is at the United Nations. You have a terrorist group, one of the leaders of the terrorist group, the T group, sitting at the United Nations. Now, these people have tried with Western media, right, to run fake propaganda against Ibrahim Traore, Mali, and Niger, right? They failed because on our very platform and podcast, right, we have been able to debunk these people. They failed, right? Now, they went to the European Union. Sometimes, you know, we discussed about the European Union, where the European Union in European Parliament, they went to sit down talking about how Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they are infringing on human rights, on all of blah, blah, blah. We debunked them. I mean, they have tried in every way to bring the Shahid nation down, right? They can't make it, right? And at the same time, they support the Tories, and we have exposed them here, right? They can't make it. What they did now is they took one of the head of the T group, the terrorist group, took him to the United Nations, and this guy sat down there and spoke rubbish, right? And then after that, don't be surprised. In recent time, the United Nations going to come out with a statement against the Shahid Nation. Just watch and see. But we are ready for them. We are ready to go. We are ready for them at any time. A T group that just went on unalive a general. Imagine a terrorist. A T group, right? Came to the U.S. an example, right? And unalive a United States general. Imagine that. Unalive a United States general and then kill the wife and the child. And then they allow that T group to go and sit in UN and talk about how the United States is violating the right of the T group. Imagine a terrorist went and killed a French general. Imagine a terrorist went and killed unalive a French general, killed his wife and his child. And then they allow that terrorist group or T group to go and sit at the UN and they say France is against human rights terrorists in France. Imagine the T group went to England or to Europe and killed any European prime minister or leader and unalive the wife and the child. And they allow that T group to go and sit at the United Nations. That can never happen. But only in Africa, it will happen that the white men will allow the T group to go and sit at the United Nations table. Only Africa that can happen to. So you see the hypocrisy here. You see how look, no matter how you go, you count that the white man and the black man will never coexist. The only way it will happen, the white man will always want to see the black man be beneath him or her. So then, that is freedom for us. That's how they feel. They don't want. If some of you that were here, Adam will play the introductory video. Go and listen to it. If you are not here, go and listen to it after the recording. I don't want to go into it. But at the end of the day, in the minds of these people, they can never go 50-50 with the black men, head to head with the black men. That is not their dream. So you see here, people that kill an African general, they allow those people to go and sit at the United Nations table to speak rubbish. Let's continue anyway. You see the hypocrisy here.
The 19th session of the United Nations Mechanism of Expert on the Right of Indigenous People witnessed two interventions that addresses the humanitarian and political situation in Azawad, where the speakers call for international action to address what they describe as the ongoing conflict and violation against the local populations. So they went there to accuse the Malian government, the Malian army, to be violating the right of the people, the local population. You see, they are using ethnicity because they started a battle that they were not able to win. Let me calm down. So they are named here AUMD, right? A Tuareg from Timbuktu region. And another one, that name, I don't know, Aging or sort of. The first intervention, Mohammed spoke, stressing that the Azawa people have been living for more than half a century in a complex conflict whose roots the solidarity. He noted the Turkish drone strike targeting former Wagner group off. Now, the mention of Turkey drone and things, we are coming.
Mercy upon us.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen experts, I am Risa Aga Ebujar, a representative of the Azawad Solidarity Association, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Tuareg people to solemnly alert this mechanism about an ongoing silent genocide in northern Mali, systematically targeting the indigenous Arab, Tuareg, and Fulani populations. Since the independence of Mali, the Arab Tuareg people have suffered successive waves of repression. This historical trauma has now reached a critical threshold. The Malian junta, united with those of Niger, Burkina Faso, and the Russian Force Africa Corps ex-Wagner, is implementing a coordinated policy of ethnic depletion. This regime labels these ancestral communities as foreigners under the pretext that they defend their culture, their nomadic way of life, and their legitimate rights to their lands. On the ground, civilians are targeted in their homes by airstrikes with cluster bombs, despite Mali being a signatory to the Oslo agreements banning them, and also by night drones supplied by Turkey and operated by Russian forces. On the ground, the joint forces engage in extrajudicial executions,
So you see the rubber he's putting out at the United Nations, right? They gave him a platform. Mali is using drone or ammunition from Russia and Turkey. All right. So you, the tolerance group, where are your support coming from? Where are you getting your ammunition? You, the tolerance group, where are you getting the ammunition from? So you see, these people are working with the tolerance group, right? So you see, these are the same people who wrote an article in a human right, and we're going to read about that human right. We're here today. Just relax. I got information for you, right? These so-called human rights went and wrote and sat down and wrote about Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, how they're doing this, right? And that did not work. We debunked them. Now they use the T group, so they are telling us. You see, the same report that the French media gave before, all right, Western media gave before, that Ibrahim Traore, the Burkinabe, they are unaliving citizens. That's the same thing he's saying here. So meaning these Westerners are working with the T group because their measures are the same. Mali, the Malian army are killing innocent citizens. Nigerian army are killing innocent citizens. Burkinabe army are killing innocent citizens, but they are not killing innocent citizens. The same measures their Western counterparts been saying. That's the same message he took to the United Nations. Do you see how these people are working together? So do we see Western diplomats go to the Sahel nation and then we think they are coming there for diplomatic? No. They are snake. They are snake in green grass. Don't trust those Western diplomats going to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. They are snake. I trust those leaders, but at the same time, we have to remind them. Those guys are snake. They did it to Gaddafi, and when they unalive Gaddafi, they destroy Libya. Look at Libya today. Let's continue.
Looting and systemic rapes used as a weapon of demographic destruction. Through these abuses and these repeated and targeted attacks against the Azawadian populations, the Malian junta behaves like a true terrorist state in the face of these crimes against humanity, violating Articles 7 and 22 of the United Nations.
So you see, they are telling us, or they are telling their slave master, I don't want to say us, they are telling their slave master, the Malian army behave like a, how they call it, like a terrorist. But they who the terrorists that went and killed or unalive a Malian general. You see, the terrorists went and unalive a Malian general. But they are referring to the Malian army terrorists because their slave master or their master gave them the platform to sit down at the platform of the master to talk rubbish about our leader.
Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Azawad Solidarity is mobilizing. We organize peaceful demonstrations around the world, notably in front of the Russian embassy in Paris, and filed a detailed complaint with the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, ICC, on June 14th, 2025.
So they are also mobilizing to stage protests across. You are going to see some group of people start doing some, they'll push some group of people, mobilize them, and then they are just their own people, right?
All right, let's continue to the next article. All right, I can't play the entire video, but you see where we are going, right? These are the same people going on the African continent talking about they are going to Nigeria to go and strengthen U.S. partnership with the Nigerian, going to Africa, strengthen U.S. partnership or Air Force. But at the same time, they are setting up at the United Nations, giving the terrorists the platform. So how can these people strengthen their air forces, right, with Africans and Nigeria to fight the jihadi or the terrorist group, but at the same time, they are giving the terrorist group the platform at a world body organization, so-called the United Nations, right, sitting there telling the Malian army who are fighting the terrorists. So the terrorists sitting at the United Nations, calling the Malian army terrorists. So are you telling me the terrorists in Nigeria, by having a U.S. base there, so in quote, if they are fighting the terrorists, they're going to give the platform to the terrorists in Nigeria to come to the United Nations and then call the United States air bases or army in Nigeria terrorist air base or terrorist air base in Africa? So do you see? You see how these people are getting the so-called African leader confused, who don't understand. You see how these people continue to latch up, but we continue to debunk them. These people are not our friends. They are here giving a whole United Nations platform, a whole United Nation. They gave the platform to the T group to go and speak. Imagine that. Let's continue here to the next one. Let's continue here. Let's continue to the next article, right? Let's continue here. All right. So the next article here, right, is a law, right, by the United States. Okay? And listen to how the United States use this law to do a dirty deeds in Africa and other parts of the world, right? Let all be careful. Like I said, we are not here to opinion. We have done our research already, right? Because for each time these people go on the African continent, we want to make sure why they are there with a true intention, because we are here to expose them. All right, listen to this. Now, it says the legal law by military aid, right, to human rights violator. That means the United States gave military aid, right, to nations who are not violating human rights. But you are violating human rights, they don't give you the aid, the military aid, right? Fine. Let's continue here. Look at this, look at this. We have to expose them. Look at this. Now, by law, listen to this. By law, that means this law that was created, right? This law that was created. This licious law, right? Listen to this. I didn't read it. These people, they are demons. It said, by law, the United States is not supposed to provide certain form of military assistance to foreign security forces that have committed gross violation of human rights. Now, again, who define that gross violation of human rights? Because that's the question you need to be asking. Who define human rights? Who define that gross violation of human rights? What is that gross violation of human rights? Right? How do someone perceive that gross violation of human rights? Right? Those questions should come to your mind. Let's continue. I told you people, anything that comes from the West to the African continent is not good. It's bad. It's not going to empower you. It's not going to promote you. Nothing. Let's continue here. Let's read. Now, the underlying law, which were introduced by Senator Patrick Leahy, right? By Senator Patrick Leahy in the 1990s, and which I known as a Leahy law, I described in a new report from the Congressional Research Service entitled Leahy's Law Human Rights Provision and Security Assistance Issue Overview, January 29, 2014, right? So it was over review 2014, but it was a law that was drafted or passed in the 1990s. Now, listen to this. And as you all know, the law is about giving military assistance to nations who do not violate human rights, right? Now, let's continue here. But the United States used this. Oh, God. Anyway, let's read. Let the reading tell you. Okay, not me. Let the reading tell you. Now, the report note that the Leahy law have been the subject of long-standing debate. Policymaker, practitioner, and advocacy group continue to deliberate overreaching question regarding their utility and desirability, as well as specific question regarding their appropriate scope and problems in implementation. Now, what are those factors or those things that they are looking at, right? What are those critics that they are looking at? Let's read. Now, for many, the Leahy laws are important U.S. foreign policy. Now, listen to this. It is an important U.S. foreign policy tools, not only because of their potential to promote human rights, but because they may help safeguard the U.S. image abroad by distancing the United States from corrupt or brutal security forces. Do you understand what that means there? The United States used this law, right, to violate other nations, to take advantage of other nations in the name of providing military aid, providing military support. For example, they will come and cause trouble. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. What happened around 2010, 2011? I think it was around the time Boko Haram came to Nigeria, right? When it happened, what happened? The United States wanted to send force there. A lot of time, the United States, the Nigerian government, I think it was Buhari. Buhari said no. What did they do? They used this law, okay, to stop military aid or assistance to Nigeria. While at the same time, according to the Congress, men and women, the United States taxpayer money were used to support Boko Haram. So you see, they use that taxpayer money, support Boko Haram, fund Boko Haram, and then when Boko Haram was creating the problem and stuff, then they wanted to use that means to go and settle their base there. When the Nigerian army said no, we can fight Boko Haram, instead of them giving the military aid and support to the Nigerian army, they went and put restriction on the Nigerian army that we will not give you arm and ammunition because of the terrorists that you cannot fight, you cannot defeat. They use our law because the Nigerian people said, the Nigerian government at that time said, no, we don't want your army. You see? So that is why this how they call it proponent or this anti-law, okay, Leahy law is talking about here. All right. To many, the leadership law are important U.S. foreign policy tools. Okay? It is a U.S. foreign policy tools, not only because of their potential to promote human rights. It is not to promote human rights. It is there as a tool for their interest. All right? It is not to promote human rights, but because they may use safeguard, they may use it to safeguard the U.S. image abroad by distancing the United States from corrupt and brutal security forces. Let's continue here. That's just one example, right? Now, some, however, raise concern that these laws limit the administration of flexibility to balance competing national interests and may constrain the United States' ability to respond to national security need. Now, another one said, the contracting view on the subject stem from uncertainty about the practical consequences of the law implementation. Another one said, central to this debate are overreaching questions that are difficult to answer given the lack of systematic study of leadership law results. Have these laws indeed been effective in promoting human rights? Absolutely not. Let's continue here. To what extent have these laws impeded or advanced other key U.S. objectives, such as countering terrorism, preventing violence, or stabilizing territory? Absolutely not. Let's continue. Do the law lead other nations? This is where I want to get, right? And I'm going to stop here. Do the law lead other nations with an S, nation with an S, to choose competitors with an S, competitors, okay, for foreign influence as a source of military material and training? Absolutely not. Now, this person is asking, do this law allow other nations, for example, if they want to go to Russia to get military support, if they want to go to China to get military support, do this law accept it without the United States, putting arm embargo or telling other nations not to sell arms to those nations? Absolutely not. We heard Abraham Traore saying nations banned them, told Turkey not to send ammunition to them. When they went there, Turkey told them, say the USA, we shouldn't sell you ammunition. Let me put it this way, as they have been alleged by Abraham Traore. Let me say that. Now, this person is asking that question. So, it is a U.S. foreign policy that the United States use in a form of what? Human right. Not to give ammunition to what? To government. All right? And how they do that? Now, the report the United States get, right? I report according to them from NGOs, according to them from how they call it, individual media reporters, right? So they use these NGO, they use individual media reporters to gather their data. NGO are the brass that is working there for them. That is why Abraham Traore said we don't need NGO. Abraham Traore was right. Now, we're going to get to all of that. You will see what I'm talking about here. Let me see what is the next article. You will see what we're talking about here. Now, anyway, let's give a brief history about this leadership law here. Their report provides background on the leadership law, including a brief history of their legislative development, an overview guide to the standard and processes used to vet. This is review and clear foreign military and other security forces for gross violation of human rights, and a brief review of salient issues regarding the provision of the law and their implementation. In any event, The leadership law applied only to security assistance funding authorized by the FAA, Foreign Assistance Act, and AECA, Army Expert Control Act, or programs funded through the DoD appropriation, right? Now, they do not apply to other security assistance that may be provided by the U.S. government agency through other provision of law. In particular, they will not restrict security assistance through the exercise of CIA action, covert action. Now you see that, right? Now, again, this law does not limit the CIA. As we all know what the CIA stands for. I'm not going to go into that today, but I think we've been discussing what the CIA is for. What the CIA was funded for. We discussed that some year, but I think last year or something, right? Now, the CIA is an undercover, security forces for the US, right? They use in other countries to do their dirty deal whatsoever. Now, we're not going there today because of time. All right. Now, we'll take this article off. Let's see how they use their organization, right? And their mainstream media, right? Let's see how they use them. Let's see the next one here. How they gather information, right? About human right, what is human right? How they gather right that have been violated, how they gather those right? Let's see this here. Let's see this. Let's see something here. Now, the next one, it says, right, the leadership law behind the U.S. Now, we just gave a history, what it was for, right? And, okay, let's continue. The leadership law behind the U.S. struggle to balance security interests with human rights, right? Let's see this here. We finish do our research before we come out here. Now, the leadership law named after its sponsor, Senator Patrick Leahy, is a cornerstone of the U.S. foreign policy. Listen to this. Cornerstone of the U.S. foreign policy. These people cannot bring anything to you think is in your interest. Anything they bring to you is bad. You should dig behind it. You should do research and look into it because it will never be in your interest. Okay? It's a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy that attempts to link military assistance with human rights. Listen to this. It prohibits the U.S. government from providing military training or equipment to foreign security forces. Credibly implicated, listen to this, credibly implicated in gross violation of human rights. Right? Let's continue here. Listen to the English. Credibly implicated. So, who are those that are going to implicate you? Listen to this. Let's read. People they say U.S. or they say imperialist sponsors to implicate you. That's the same thing they have been trying to do to Ibrahim Traore, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, folks. That's the same thing they've been trying to do to Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. And that is why Ibrahim Traore is right about kicking out these NGO, any UN who lie. Ibrahim Traore was right. Because you see what it said here? Credibly implicated. So they have their NGO, their organization, their media in your country. And these media will implicate you falsely. And then they send it to them. And then they use it against you. Let's continue here. Ibrahim Traore was right. So I trust them. These U.S. diplomats going down there, they will allow them go, right? Because you allow other people to go there and you do business with them, right? So if you don't allow the U.S. to go, you don't allow Europe to go, then in fact, that's the time they will write against you, say, oh, you allow Russia, you allow China, but you can't allow, all right? No, allow them to come. And then you tell them your policy is not good. And they come back. You tell them, no, this is what we want. If they like it, they take it. You tell them, no, we can do business with you, but stay at far distance. We don't trust you. Stay at far distance, and we can try our business. And they say, no, they go. So you allow them go. That's why I trust those leaders. Yes, but equally so, we still got to be with them to remind them that, hey, we trust you, but don't sleep on these people. Nkrumah told us These neo-colonialists, these colonialists are never asleep when it comes to destroying Africa and African people. When it comes to looting African resources, they are never asleep. Equally so, we should never be asleep when it comes to them. That was the warning of Kwame Nkrumah. Let's continue. The Lishe law wasn't born overnight. Listen to this. The law wasn't born overnight. It began in 1997. Like the first article said, in the 1990s with an S. So that means it happened from 1990, right, to 1989. Okay? Let's continue. It began in 1997 as a temporary provision. Listen to this. Oh. Listen to this. Then how? Okay, let me read. It began in 1997 as a temporary provision attached to a spending bill focusing on counter narcotics, drugs, not terrorists. Drugs, not terrorists. Listen to this. How they use these things to create instability in different countries, right? Listen to this. Focusing on counter narcotics aid in Colombia, a country that battering drugs cartel with a check human rights record. Seeing its potential, Senator Leslie pushed for its expansion, including it in all annual foreign operation budget until 2008, when it became permanent legislation. Now, how did it go from aid for narcotic to different thing? Let's see. The law operates through a vetting process, through a vetting. Now, how is that vetting? You see, these people, they are corrupt. Now, they already make it clear to you. It is not them. So they wanted to make it seem that it is fair. They are not part of any report that come to them. You see it, right? They make it seem that they are not part of the report that come to them. They are not the one that gather the data. They are individual, how they call it, entity, organization, or reliable sources, credible sources that went and gather the information and bring it to them, right? Listen to this. The law operates through a vetting process. But again, they are the same people that send those people who they call vettings. They are agents. They send their agent to go and do the vettings. The law operates through a vetting process. Folks, Ibrahim Traore was damn right to send out the demon called media. Even the UN, even the AU, how they call it, represented. Look, Ibrahim Traore, man, you are king of kings. We love you. You will live long. Our ancestor will protect you. Our forefather will protect you. This devil will never kill you. This devil will never assassinate you that the way they assassinated Gaddafi. This demon will never kill you that the way they killed Thomas Sankara. This demon will never kill you that the way they killed Amilcar Cabral. This demon will never kill you that the way they killed Patrick Lumumba. This devil will never kill you that the way they kill our great leaders. They will never kill you. They will never succeed. If they ever try, they will die in plane crash. If they ever dream, they will die in plane crash. If they ever dream, they will die in car crash. Let's read. The law operates through a vetting process before offering assistance. Listen to this. Listen to this, folks. Before offering assistance, the State Department, in conjunction with the Department of Defense, investigate potential, how they call it, recipient of evidence of GVH error. All right, I think that is against human rights whatsoever. GVH error, which includes extrajudicial killing. Extrajudicial killing. You killing your people, you destroying your people. Folks, now listen to this. You see, these were the things they were doing. Gathering false information against Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso to make their government look bad, and then take them to the RCC, take them to the United Nations. Okay? And then, but you see, black people around the world understand how evil these people are now. So black people are not buying it again. Black people always go and debunk them whenever they come with their lies. Folks, we need to protect our leaders. Any leader that the West go against, that leader is the right leader for us. And the leader that the Western world will praise, that leader is not a leader for us. Okay? So you see how they do their vetting process, right? Before offering assistance, the State Department, in conjunction with the Department of Defense, investigate potential recipient of evidence of GVHR, which include extrajudicial killing, torture, and rape. Human rights, now listen to the torture and rape. Human rights report by NGOs with an S, non-governmental organization with an S. And at the end of the day, they're the one that sponsor these NGO in your country. So if you are not if you are not taking American foreign policy, European foreign policy, Western foreign policy, they then use these NGO to write against you. And then this NGO will now bring it to the United States or to Europe, and then they will use that report, publish that report, tarnish your government, and then take it to the RCC, take it to the United Nations, run propaganda against you, and then your people are not aware, are not educated. That is why the white lady said the white man is afraid of black excellence. The white man is afraid of black integrity. The white man is afraid of black empowerment. The white man is afraid that black men will dictate. The white man is afraid. Once these things are happening in your country, they run against you and remove you. They did it to the ex-president of Liberia, George Manneh Weah. They saw vigorously how that man was developing Liberia since 1847. 2017, before Liberia started experiencing what development was on some level. They ran propaganda against that man. They removed him. It was not an election. It was rape. So you see it, right? So according to them, they get their veterans from, how they call it, from human rights report by NGOs, and independent media play a crucial role in this process. This vetting aim to ensure that the U.S. aid does not inadvertently support or condone human rights abuses. Now, be asking yourself, what is human rights abuses? What do you consider as human rights abuses, and what do you not consider as human rights abuses? Right? Now, be asking yourself, these NGOs in this country, okay? Be asking yourself. You see what Abraham Traore said? At these NGOs, they should leave. You see it? You see it, right? Now, let me see something here. Now, let's see here. According to them, 2010 in Pakistan, the legislation law was invoked to suspend aid to specific Pakistani armed unit over concern of extrajudicial killing. You know what? Maybe in 2010, the government that was there does not adhere to American foreign policy. And then couple things went on, and there was violence, and they used that. NGO wrote against them, right? Now, Mexico. Let's see here. We'll come to Nigeria, folks. Let's see to Mexico. Similar concern in Mexico have triggered security and potential aid cut. In 2014, the disappearance and presumed massacre of 43 students in Angola, Mexico brought international attention to the involvement of Mexican security, security forces in human rights violation. Now, again, the way in which the United States foreign policy operates, we can say or conclude that that government at that time in 2014 did not listen to certain American foreign policy. Have it been that he listened to American foreign policy, these European foreign policies and things, Who care whether 100 people of 100% of the people die? They will cover it up. They won't talk about it. But because he never listened to a foreign policy at that time, or it may be, right? Maybe. Then they use this man and say, oh, that's violation against, whatsoever. They stop it. That put pressure on you. Let's go to Nigeria. Let's come to Nigeria here. Now, see the English they use, see the word they use here. The Nigerian military, listen to this. The Nigerian military force, the Nigerian military face martial law restriction due to what? Allegation of human rights abuses in their fight against Boko Haram. Folks, this was the time, I just told you, right? This was the time when Boko Haram first happened. All right? You remember, bring our gas back and thing, where Michelle Obama and all, they all bring our gas back and thing. The United States government wanted to go there, they wanted to carry their base. At that time, the Nigerian government said, no, we will fight. So, folks, put this in a scenario. Let me read it again. Let me read it so we can it never said the Nigerian army kill citizens. Okay? It never said the Nigerian army unalive Nigerian. No. It said Boko Haram. So if Boko Haram Boko Haram killing, looting, raping, okay, kidnapping innocent people, why would you not want to give arm and ammunition to the Nigerian army? But you restrict them from the arm supply. But at the same time, according to U.S. Congress, men and women, their taxpayer money support Boko Haram or support Boko Haram. Folks, you understand something here? These are the people. Nigeria, now this is for you. You people sit down there. I've been saying it here, and I think I reported on it. Nigeria, I think, honor Buhari. Because after Jonathan Goodluck, it was Buhari. When they ran propaganda against Jonathan Goodluck and removed Jonathan Goodluck, they put Buhari in power. Buhari signed the defense with foreign nation. Imagine, you sign your defense to foreign nation. You gave your defense for foreign nation. Go and do your research. I think I spoke about it before. I read it loud, favorably. You heard it that day. Buhari signed the defense ministry to foreigner. And you know who that foreigner is. You know who that foreign nation is. Go and do your research. You see it? So it was not, how would this be against human rights? You support a terrorist group, and the terrorist group is kidnapping our citizen, killing our citizen. And then you restrain me from not giving me arm to go and fight, only because you wanted to bring a military base, and I said no. Listen to this. The Nigerian military face martial law restriction due to allegation of human rights abuses in their fight against Boko Haram. This is the same reason they gave the terrorists the platform to go on the United Nations platform and sit down there and talk rubbish about Mali. Mali is fighting the terrorists. You never gave the opportunity to Mali to go and sit down on the United Nations to talk about how the terrorists, the Tigray, went and unalive a Malian military, the Tigray that is supported by Western nation. You never gave Mali the opportunity. And in fact, once upon a time, Mali was at the United Nations and accuses Ivory Coast of hosting terrorist group. Hosting terrorist group or Burkina Faso. Hosting terrorist group. Burkina Faso, I think it was Burkina Faso, that accuses Africa of Africa hosting terrorist group to fight, to destabilize the Burkina Faso, the Mali, and the Nigerian region. Now, you ain't said nothing about it. And Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso have gone to the United Nations and told the United Nations about what France is doing in the region, that France is harboring terrorists and supporting terrorists. The United Nations did nothing about it. But at the end of the day, the United Nations gave the platform to a T group to go and call the Malian army terrorists. How can we trust these people? Never ever we trust the white man, the European. So you see, the Nigerian military faced lynching law restriction due to allegation of human rights abuses in a fight against Boko Haram. The report of extrajudicial killing. So now they are telling us it was the Nigerian army that was killing the Nigerian, the civilian, not the terrorists. Now, Nigerian content creator, you guys need to do research. You see here, and then you guys will say that, oh, we need U.S. military, we need Donald Trump to come and fight for us. Listen to this and listen carefully, and learn carefully, and reason carefully. They are telling us it was not, we saw it, how Boko Haram was kidnapping and still kidnapping girls and raping and getting them pregnant, and are still doing it. But a human rights report, because according to the United States, this lynching law take report for human rights, okay, NGO organizations and individual private media, they take report from them. These are the same NGO and human rights private organization or media, like Gala report, that are working for the West. Gala report and said the Nigerian army was doing extrajudicial killing, torture. Then they said the Boko Haram, but they said the Nigerian army was doing extrajudicial killing. The Nigerian army was torturing citizens and abuses by the military led. You see, by the military led to the suspension of some U.S. military assistance. This move pressured the Nigerian government. So you see, this move pressured the Nigerian government to address these abuses and improve its human rights record. Now, when did that human rights record, they're talking about improve, they're talking about Nigeria addresses and things. How did they get addressed? It got addressed when it allowed the United States bases or military to go and have a base in Nigeria. That's the address they're talking about here. And that's what people have been arguing about the lynching law, that it is an American foreign policy that America use, okay, link it to human rights. But they sit down behind it and do their dirty deeds. You see it? So the Boko Haram that was kidnapping, looting, killing, they didn't get report, but they said it was the Nigerian army that was doing extrajudicial killing. It was the Nigerian army that was torturing. It was the Nigerian army that was raping. So you see how these people operate. You see, when we see the white men on the African continent, we shouldn't believe them, we shouldn't trust them. You see it. Nigeria, you see it. Ghana, you see it. Liberia, you see it. Sierra Leone, you see it. Ivory Coast, these people are not your friends. The day you have a leader, after how they call it Al-Assad, when Al-Assad leaves power, or Ouattara, or how they call him, the day he leaves power, Ivory Coast, and you have a leader who wants to behave like Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, oh my God, you will see terrorists in Ivory Coast. Your president will be talking about battle in a battle manner. You will see it. These people are not they are not our friends. They will never be our friends. They know it. They know it. But we black people fail to accept the reality. So you see that. Dude, and you see all the allegations against Nigeria, they don't have evidence for it. But they said Nigeria was doing extrajudicial killing. Nigeria army was raping the citizens. Nigeria army was killing the citizens. Nigeria army was torturing citizens. But they did not mention the Boko Haram that being sponsored by American taxpayer money according to American Congress. No report about that. You see it? Only because they wanted their base there. And it succeeded. Then it came out and said, oh, Nigeria addressed it. But we still have Boko Haram, even though with their base, we still have terrorists, we still have T groups still harassing people. What wrong with the United States Army that is there? So Abraham Traore was right Mali was right to kick out these foreign bases, these foreign military. Ibrahim Traore was right to kick out these NGOs. Mali was right to kick out NGOs. Niger was right to kick out NGOs. Burkina Faso was right to kick out AUM voice or their ambassador. Niger, they are right. And we've been saying this. These foreign ambassadors in these African nations are not there for the purpose of mutual understanding. They are spies. They are spies. They are not there for friendship. They are not there based on international community or diplomatic friendship or issue. No, they are spies. They are there to run propaganda against your government, against your people, against your prosperity, against your interests. They are there to work for the country they represent as ambassador in your country. We have said this time with our numbers. We have no independent nation in Africa, apart from the three nations, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. There is no independent. That thing you call, Liberia independent, Ghana independent, Nigeria independent, there's that. It is a slavery independent. Because you own nothing. You own nothing, nothing for you. That is why Ibrahim Traore said, Mali said, Niger said, Burkina Faso said, how can we have these abundant resources and our people are poor? We don't have roads. We don't have safe drinking water. We don't have hospital. But they call a third world country. But they depend on a third world country to empower their economy. They depend on a third world country to improve their military. They depend on a third world country to improve their aircraft. They depend on a third world country to improve their air force or their down force or their ground force. They depend on a third world country to improve their vibrant economy and things, to give them more jobs because of our resources. How are we then a third world country? And when we tell them to leave, they get angry. They want to assassinate us. They want to kill us. They want to unalive us. They run propaganda. When we tell our media to leave, they don't want to leave. A nation, a continent, you say, is full of disease. When we tell you to leave a continent, a nation that is full of disease, you don't want to leave. Do you want to get sick? You want to get sick? Then leave. Because we don't want you to get sick. We say leave, then you don't want to leave. Then you get angry. You say it's full of disease, it's full of illness and things. But when we say leave, you don't want to leave. You say we poor. When we say leave, you don't want to leave. Then you coming back begging us. Oh, we need to strengthen our diplomatic relationship. When they just say we don't want to get our uranium now front in Europe, they call, no light sun, no energy, no, or how they call it, AC blowing them 24/7. What happened? Their skins are peeling off. Go to Europe right now. You see white people's skin peeling. It's branded, they turn red. How the Bible described it anyway, red, not white. This is white. This is white. A capable sheet in a capable is white. That is why in Europe now, because Niger is not giving them uranium to power their energy and thing, they are red, no electricity. The sun rays burning them, they peeling, skin cancer, skin disease, bubbles are getting on them. Oh, that is a third world country. You see it? The time has come.
Never attacked Israel.
Is he saying the quiet part out loud?
You would think that these Islamic extremists would hate Jews the most. But for whatever reason, they've never attacked Israel. In fact, we have quite a few instances where the American military arrested an Islamic extremist and they discovered, oh, we have to let him go because he's a Mossad agent.
Even the interviewer started laughing because he's like, oh shit.
If you actually just go to the Middle East and you ask around, they'll tell you this.
Look at the fight with Afghanistan. We literally put the weapons into their hands. You think they had access to weapons like that? Oh, sold through the dark market. Who's the one selling it on the dark market? It's the US funding these groups so they can justify war in that region. And then all of a sudden we leave 90 billion worth of military equipment in Afghanistan after years and years of war there. How does that happen? Just for it to end up in the hands of the Taliban, which is the group we were fighting in the first place. So yeah, when they say ISIS never attacked Israel, there's a reason. They were paid. They were told not not to. They were set up by Israel, by the United States.
You hear that? Let's continue with another video. Right now, I'm going to be playing video so that the message is already in. But you see the devil, this devil.
Poor. If Africa was poor, we would never have been colonized. Nobody would ever, set foot here to extract anything. Africa is extremely rich, has always been extremely rich, and extremely rich today in potential, not just in resources. And that's precisely why we've been colonized. That's precisely why colonial forces have never left economically. And that's precisely why the geopolitical hierarchy perceives a huge threat from unleashing that potential. So we're intentionally being kept impoverished and divided and weakened precisely because we're rich and because the richness of the African continent is spoken for by colonial forces who want to continue to extract. That's the biggest lie. But for those of us in Africa, we know this. The question is, how do we undo these traps and undo the restrictions and fully unleash our potential?
In 2011, the world's most powerful nations united to destroy one African leader. They told us it was for democracy. The truth is darker. His name was Muammar Gaddafi. He ruled Libya for 42 years. He wasn't perfect, he wasn't a saint. But under his rule, Libya had free healthcare, free education, free electricity, and no national debt. His people drove subsidized cars. New mothers received $5,000 from the government. Newlyweds received $50,000 to buy homes. Petrol cost 14 cents a liter. But Gaddafi had a bigger dream. A dream for all of Africa. He built the great man-made river, pulling water from underneath the Sahara Desert to feed millions. Then he proposed something dangerous. A pan-African gold currency, the gold dinar, to free Africa from the dollar, the euro, and the IMF forever.
Africa for Africans.
That was the moment NATO decided he had to die. In October 2011, French and American forces backed rebels to overthrow him. He was captured, beaten, and shot in the street. Hillary Clinton laughed on camera and said, "We came, we saw, he died." Today, Libya is a failed state. There are open-air slave markets selling black Africans in the streets. The African dream died with him. So tell me, was it really about democracy?
That's the joy of the white man, for the black man to always be in tears. So if somebody think that their joy is for you to always be in tears, never in their wildest dream that you guys will be one. If their joy is for you to always be in tears, if their joy is for you not to be independent, if their joy is for you not to manage what belongs to you, if their joy is for you to be a lost identity, if their joy is for you to not have control of your own resources, of yourself, if their joy is for you to have low self-esteem, if their joy is that, if their joy is not of good, never, never, never will you guys exist to work on a plain, free, and fed feed. Never. It is not us. It is them. It is them. We never have problem with them in what they do. We never have problem with them in their unity. We never have problem with them in their collectivism. But it is them who have problem with us. We never question them about their resources, even if they have some. We never ask them how they should use it, even if they have some. We never ask them about how they should govern, even if they have good leaders or not. But always the demon, the devil, want to always be in our issue and affair. Such people, we can never coexist because it is not us, it is them.
Tanzania got assassinated.
Yeah, Tanzanian president would not give out the vax, and the Haitian president would not give out the vax.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why they were unalived. Absolutely. America can never let Haiti be independent again because she's too close, and she has the purest iridium in the world.
Oh, wow.
Iridium is a mineral that doesn't disintegrate under extremely hot temperature. You need it for rockets and bombs and stuff that blow up, right? Haiti has some of the purest in the world. America will never let Haiti exist.
Yeah.
But we as Black people, we're doing a very big disservice to ourselves and to the Black race by not doing more to get involved in Haiti.
Yeah.
Because Haiti could be Africa, little Africa, away from Africa. You follow me?
Right.
It's right by the coast, and it's a beautiful island. If we went to Haiti and built, bro, I would have loved to put my school there.
Yeah.
But America keeps it under unrest because America wants to turn Haiti into a colony. They're already doing it to Cuba. Look what they did. A lot of people don't know, but when they kidnapped the president of Venezuela, that wasn't just about taking over the Venezuelan oil. It was because Venezuela is the #1 oil producing nation in the world. They top 3 at least, and Iran is the 3rd. That's why they over there, right? And Nigeria is the 11th. That's why they bombed Nigeria.
Yeah.
If you look at everybody America that bombed,
some oil,
they're top 10 oil companies, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing too is Cuba was heavily dependent on Venezuela as a trade partner. So in sabotaging Venezuela, they completely sabotage Cuba. America wants to annex and colonize Cuba, Haiti, and Venezuela.
Yeah.
Remember the Monroe Doctrine, 1820, I think. President Monroe declared to the world, nobody can invade and colonize any Central or South American countries. They belong to America.
Yeah.
So, again, you see it, right? We are just reacting to the obvious. So when we say the white man and Black man can never, coexist, we speak on experience or things that we have seen. We speak on perspective, all right? Not opinion or not how we feel or not emotion, right? No, it is the reality. Look at Haiti, it's facts. Look at Libya, it's facts. What Gaddafi wanted to do, facts. Look at DRC, facts. What Patrice Lumumba wanted to do. Look at how do you call it, Burkina Faso before Ibrahim Traore, facts. Thomas Sankara, all right. Look at Amika Cabral up to today, Guinea-Bissau, facts. And the lays can go on. Look at Zimbabwe, facts. After Robert Mugabe decided to take the land and give it to the rightful owner, what happened? Facts. The possession on Zimbabwe. Today, look at Zimbabwe still struggling. Facts.
Know what we're talking economically and so on. something in energy and International Monetary Fund and all of these global diktats upon this nation. They don't know. I mean, if you go back to the Kissinger report, 1974 Kissinger report, it was secret then because he was Secretary of State of America, but now it has to be public because of the law over there after 50 years or something like that. 1974 Kissinger report, it says explicitly there that the Nigerian people must not be given access to their resources. That they must be kept for the rich nations. And then you have the structural adjustment program of the 1980s here that privatized our companies and sold off our companies to foreign interests, deindustrialize our nation. And that was supposed to make our economy more efficient. Well, it's led us to where we are today. It is. And so the thing is that most Nigerians don't know this. They don't know these economic policies, the simplicity of these things that will enable our country to be rebuilt and to become strong. Back in the 1970s, almost everything we consume was made in Nigeria. And that's been systematically destroyed by foreign powers so that they can have access to our resources and we won't be using them on ourselves. That's why Nigeria has come. The International Monetary Fund is personally responsible for the economic condition of this country today. And it could be turned around in a couple of years.
So again, you see, Abraham Traore is right. The Western nations do not care about Africa and African people. All they care about or all they want is the African resources. You heard it in the 1970s. Almost everything the American people consume, Washington, D.C. consume, United States Congress consume, food and everything came from Nigeria. Africa supply them. The third world countries supply them. But why today Nigeria cannot supply them systematically? They want to sit down in their Congress and they said every resources from Nigeria should be stopped. It shouldn't be used by Nigeria. It should be used by United States Congress, by American government. Everything Nigeria owns should be owned by America. They shouldn't be able to provide their own food, produce their own food. That's the only way we will control them. So you see, systematically, they make Nigeria to be dependent on the U.S. But meanwhile, in the 1970s, little Nigeria they call poor or third world continent, let's say third world country today. In the 70s, were feeding the United States. He said everything we consume came from Nigeria. And we look at it, we say, no, we have to stop them. These people are evil. They are demons. They are devil. You see, today, look at Nigeria. Today, look at Nigeria. So sometimes when we're talking about our government, right, we need to do the research right. Because at the end of the day, yes, it is good to blame our government, to talk about our government and things, but let us do the research right. And then, as we blame the government, right, we make them to understand that, listen, we are blaming you, but the problem came from here. Because at the end of the day, we can blame our government, but if we don't understand the root cause of the issue, we will keep blaming our government. And it will not be solved, and the thing will still keep going. At the end of the day, we'll keep blaming our government, even if we don't do our proper research. And we put somebody in power, we think that person is coming to do the right thing. That is why many of African leaders fail. That is why many of our African leaders fail. Because many of our African leaders do not know these things. And then when they get there, and then they get stuck. And then many of our people do not also know these things. And then when their government are not functioning or performing as they wish, as they want, then they blame the government. But now, no, there's a hidden agenda, there's a demon, there's a devil, there is a Satan somewhere. In the 1970s, Nigeria was the sole provider of the United States economy. Every food, everything they consume came from Nigeria. But you see what he says, systematically, they saw that as wrong. They saw it as wrong. It was not good. So how do you depend on these people to come and tell you what government should be good for you? How do you depend on these people to come and tell you democracy is for you? These are people who stop you, who make way. How they did it, only they know. But today, Nigeria cannot feed yourself. Meanwhile, Nigeria was feeding herself at the same time feeding North America. The entire North America, Nigeria was feeding them at the same time feeding her population. But today, Nigeria cannot even feed her population. And you still want to say these are people we need to work with? You still want to say Africa cannot survive without the international body? You still want to tell Africa cannot survive without the international community? Who are the international community, by the way? Who are the international body, by the way? Who are they? Were we not surviving before the 1600 when they came to enslave us? Were we not surviving before the 1600? Were we not surviving? Did we not have good government, good governance, kings and queens? Did we not have systems, councilmen, clergies? Did we not have them before the 1600? Before they came and lied to us, did we not have them? Who did we depend on before the 1600? They came and lied to us.
We have in Africa are arbitrary. The majority of the division of Africa into countries was done in Berlin about 110 years ago, a period of 5 years. And what it did is, if the logic of it made no sense, so it fragmented us, and the West have been great at using that fragment.
Sorry, 110 years ago,
yes,
Africa was split in separate countries. What was before? I mean, I feel really uneducated here.
No,
I had no idea.
We were a large landmass of a number of tribes.
Okay.
Right? But we didn't have carved borders. Carved borders were institutionalized in the Berlin Conference, a series of conferences where a few European powers came together to divide different tracts to say who owns what. And here's the way when I look at the map now, here's the way I think some of the decisions were made. On the west coast of West Africa, where we are now, from this point to this point on the border, all the way up to the Sahara Desert, Britain is yours. From this point to this point on the coast, all the way up to Sahara Desert, France, it's yours. This point to this point, all the way up, Germany, it's yours. What those maps then did was that they broke entire tribes into multiple countries. So if you look at the northern region of West Africa, the north of the countries of West Africa, like Ghana, like Togo, like Benin, like Nigeria, and on the other side, like Ivory Coast and co. There's one tribe that cuts across all those countries. They call the Hausa Fulani. So the guys in the north of Nigeria and the south of Niger, which is above us, are Hausa Fulani. They speak the same language, have the same history, have the same ancestors. But now they're in different countries. They feel more allegiance to the tribe than to the country. How do you come together and collaborate and push out an invader if you guys can't even sit together at a table to talk? And the West have also been brilliant. Every time we try to aggregate, to have a common voice, it's very easy for them to find one dissenter or two dissenters from the fragment and get them to scatter the whole cat. The countries we have in Africa are arbitrary.
Students on traditionally black colleges, leadership, and what they've done. But could you give us your own evaluation of the African American leadership in the United States, and what is their feeling about Israel
And, because oftentimes I think locally, outside New York, we find that there is becoming greater identification, not with the history of Israel and what Israel's become, but with the sufferings of the Palestinians without any, really understanding of the history of Israel. So I'm on African American leadership.
Well, blacks are always going to be, as Jews are, I think, always going to be some of the first to sign up to address the suffering of others. And we shouldn't be afraid of that within the black community, the Jewish community, whatever community. But when it comes to justice for Israel and understanding and suffering within context, we need to be more vigilant than we're being right now. And so within the black community, and I say this all the time, and you ask specifically about black leadership, first of all, this excites me like never before, because Obama is a raindrop compared to the storm that's coming of young black leaders around this country who are phenomenally qualified, phenomenally experienced. You're going to see more black governors, you're going to see more black senators, you're going to see critical that you continue to find, not just them when they're Congress people, you find those black leaders when they're 22-year-olds at Oxford, when they're 24-year-olds as a city council president, and you go to them then.
All right, first of all, that's a bullshit, right? Now, there's a reason I played this video. That was in 2008. There's a U.S. congressman, Cory Booker, right? He was put on a stand, asked by Israeli delegate, or Israel delegate, or the Zionist delegate, what are you doing to educate young black men in the U.S. about Israel? Because it's like they are now becoming aware. They are now becoming self-educated people. They are now doing more research and learning. So what are you doing to stop them from doing research to learn about themselves, to learn about their history, to learn who they are? What are you doing to stop them from identifying themselves, their true heritage? What are you doing? Because we need them to fight this Israel war. We need them to come and fight and die for us. Because the way in which they are going about learning about themselves and things, they will not want to come and fight for Israel. They will not want to do it to come and die for us. They put the black man on his scene. And he's there struggling with worries to convince his master. Sorry to say this. Folks, if they cannot do it to black people in America, what do you think they are coming to do it for you on the African continent? If they cannot empower the black people in the America, what do you think they are coming to empower you on the African continent? If they cannot educate you, if they want to if they cannot build schools, they cannot build factories for black people here, if they can abandon black people community in the America, if they can honor funds black people schools and universities, if they can honor funds black people roads, go to black people community and see the roads. When you're driving, you're going kata, 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 kata. Even the trailers. Go to white neighborhood where the trailer is passing, the train is passing. The train pass there, car still pass there, but your car cannot go chaka, 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 chaka. But go to black neighborhood and see where the train pass, the trailer pass. Your car will be bouncing from left to right, from the next lane to the next lane. Everything fixed. Or everything destroyed in the black community, but go to the white neighborhood. Their schools is well funded. Go to the black neighborhood. Honor funded. No equipment, no technology, no devices, no. Go there. Even the food that they gave to the students is not rich. If they cannot do it for the black here, why would they want to do it for the black there? And I think Malcolm X told us, or Marco Garvey told us, if they cannot do it for the black here in America, why do you think they would do it for the black there, far away on the African continent? Why do you think they would do it? Wake up, folks. Let's continue. As long as they want for the black in the America to remain ignorant, that's the same way they want for the black back home on the African continent to remain ignorant. The same way in which the honor funds black schools, black infrastructure in the America is the same way they fight to honor fund black institutions or factory in Africa. The same way in which they dehumanize black people in the America, in Europe, is the same way they will dehumanize you on the African continent. Why would they want to talk good about you in Africa? Why would they want to talk good about you on the African continent? Because if they do, your brother and sister on the other side will want to go to the African continent with their knowledge and experts. And if they go there, what's going to happen? If they like it there, they will educate you about the white man. Because they come from the white man country. Because they interact with the white man. Because they know the white man in and out. So you will educate them. So they will educate you. So why you think they will come and talk good about you on the African continent, or they will talk about the good on the Africa? They will never do it. It's the same way. They do the same thing here. They go to Africa. They never talk good about the black man here. The contribution the black men have made here. The contribution the black man is still making here. So you see? You see the game? They know their game. But do we know our game? That's the question. Let's continue.
Africa, if you add up the 55 countries of the African Union, that's about 1.5 billion people, same size as India, same size as China. The big difference is that the imperial powers divided Africa into 55 little countries, not one of which can thrive on its own, whereas India and China, because of the history, remained unified countries.
Do you think this will change in the future? They will unite?
They have to. So I tell them every single time I have the opportunity that the African Union is the key. As 55, you can't make it. But as one African continental economy, you can make it. So what's happening now is Africa's population is continuing to rise. It's the only place in the world with rapid population growth.
And all the other are declining.
Everyone else has peaked or just about to peak or actually beginning a decline. Africa's population today is 1.5 billion. By 2050, it'll be 2.5 billion. That's a lot. Adding a billion people in the next quarter century. If you go even farther and just try to extrapolate based on current trends, Africa's population reaches about 3.5 billion, and according to the UN most recent forecast, 3.7 billion by the end of the 21st century. And Africa goes from being 9% of the world population to being more than 30% of the world population. It's going to be a completely different world. What do I say to African leaders every time I have the chance? First, be Africa-wide. Second, get on quickly with mass education because that is the key to the economic development. Third, Look at what China did. Follow that model.
Now, let me ask something here, right? Here, last statement. Look at what China did. Follow that model. Now, you see, I'm going to say something here today, which is the hard truth, and most Africans will not want to hear it. And most Africans who have, because I was on a platform one time, I did not speak, I just listened. And there was a guy who was speaking, who was a participant or panelist on the discussion. And he was asked, do you think Africa can survive if Africa break away from the United States and Europe? That was the question asked. Do you think Africa can survive if Africa break away from the United States and Europe, or from North America and the European nation or the European continent? And the panelist or the speaker said, no, Africa cannot survive. And I took a deep breath. I was just a listener and I listened. But at that point when he said, no, Africa cannot survive, I left the platform. I disconnected myself. Because the fact that he already said, no, Africa cannot survive, he already concluded. I didn't want to listen to his analysis. I didn't want to listen to what he was going to say as to why Africa will not and Africa cannot. But let me say this. Jeffrey Sachs, that's Jeffrey Sachs there. He's an US economist. He said the only way, or one of the way Africa can succeed, is to look at the model of China, what China did. Now, he never explained to us. Now, a level or now to go and look at what China did, or the model of China, right? Now, let me tell you one of the things China did. Let me tell you one of the things China did. I know some of you thinking that, oh, China invested in technology, right? That's what some of you thinking. I know some of you thinking that, oh, China trained her population how to work and things, right? Those are the things you're thinking of, right? You think that's the first thing I come and say? Absolutely. Now, yes, we agree. China invested in technology, right? But China did something before that, because had it been that China did not take that first step I'm about to talk about, I don't care how you invest in technology. I don't care how you invest in your people. It will always be waste. It will always be waste, because your people will not even understand. It will be very easy to manipulate your people. Outsider will come and manipulate your people. It will be very easy, and your own people will turn against you. Very easy. So let me tell you what China did. Now, I know Jefferson will not say it, all right? What China did, all right? But you have to go do your research. First of all, what China did was, China did not just wake up and start investing in technology. No. China did not just wake up and start training her citizens. No. What China did is the same thing Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are doing today. What China did was to break away from the United States. What China did, go and do your research. What China did was, China broke away from the US. China broke away from Europe. What China did. Go and do your research and see the history with the US and Chinese, and see the history with the European and Chinese. What Chinese went through. Go and do your research. And go and do your research and see when China broke away, how China was. China was nothing. In fact, the Ghanaian economy at that time was more than the Chinese economy, just Ghana. The Ghanaian GDP was more than the Chinese GDP at that time. Imagine. So basically, China was a third world nation. China was a third world. What you call third world? Zero, nothing. Imagine China breaking away at that time from what you call superpower from the US, what you call superpower from Europe. China broke away from them. They had nothing. At that time, there was no technology, was not in China at that time. No, zero, nothing. Go do your research. At that time, the Chinese, they were not empowered to work. And in fact, at that time, factory was not there, nothing. Do your research. But at that time, China broke away because China said the only way we will get to the future, folks, to prepare for the future is not something easy. It means you have to sacrifice. To prepare for the future, you have to sacrifice. And that is where most African leaders are so adamant, they don't want to sacrifice. They prefer to take the bait and use the bait and come and invest in Europe and America and buy horses and leave their children in there. While the masses of their people in the very tiny little colonial countries suffer. What China did, China broke away from the US and Europe when China was at zero. Because they were ready to build. They were ready to invest in themselves. They knew it would come a time those generations had to sacrifice for the generation of Chinese today. They knew it would come a time China will beat US. They knew it would come a time China will beat Europe. And the only way they can do that is to break away and work on themselves. Let me ask you, some of you folks, when you are in a marriage and there's a confusion in your marriage. Now, I'm not married, so don't think I'm giving marriage counseling. I'm just speaking for what I see. I have never been married. But when you are married, okay, you're in a marriage, right? You married. And there's a confusion in your family, right? You and your husband hatters, scatters here and there. What do? You guys take vacation. Why do you take vacation? You take vacation because you want to break away from your home and go lay down somewhere else and fix things out and figure things out and see things on a different perspective, on a different level. Right? You do that. And then you go and sit there and discuss, what can we do? What do we need to get rid of? Do we need to leave that house? Do we need to leave that environment? Do we need to find different environment? What is not working? Why is this going so? You leave your home, you abandon your home, you break away from your home and go and spend 1 month, 2 months somewhere to figure things out what to do. China did that. China broke away from the US and Europe when China was at zero. So when China did that, what China do? The first thing, that's what Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are doing. The first thing they did, because according to them, the only way we will develop, if our people are ignorant, you can even put factory here that will destroy our factory. Somebody will manipulate them and that factory will be destroyed. You can bring technology upon technology if our people are not aware of what they need or what we broke away from Europe and America. If they are not aware of that, you can bring technology, our people will destroy like technology. And that is why most African nations are suffering. Abraham Traore saw it. He said, okay. And when you watch most of Abraham Traore's speeches, he keeps saying it. I wouldn't have been here today. I wouldn't have been alive. I wouldn't have carried on this development if my people were not aware of my intention. If my people were not aware, if my people were not being educated, or if I wasn't explaining or communicating with my people. So that is what the Chinese did. The Chinese broke away, and then the Chinese educated their people at that time about Europe and America, why they want to break away, who these people are, their intention. So they educated the Chinese, so the Chinese knew that. So and then what happened? The Chinese then created a system of government. And they said, this government is the government that will work for us. So believe in this government. So today, when you see Europeans talking about trying to convince Malian or Burkinabes and all of those things to go back to democracy and all of that, that's where it's coming from. And at this time, it's too late for Europe and America. You cannot convince Burkinabes to go back to that nonsense. You cannot convince Malian to go back to that nonsense. You cannot convince Nigerian to go back to that nonsense. Yes, you can convince Nigeria, you can convince Liberia, you can convince Ghana, Ivory Coast to stay in that nonsense, but you cannot convince Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. It's too late. That was what China did. And when the people believe in their system that the United States does not want to see a communism or this, that, which is better than the democracy, which is better, the communism is better than the democracy. Because since most African independent in the 60s, where have that democracy taken us? Where had that democracy taken us? So that was what the Chinese did first. When they broke away, they educated their people, created a form of government, presented that form of government to the people, communicated that form of government to their people, okay? Not in English, not in American English, not in British English, but in Chinese language. And that is what Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are doing today. They are saying, no, we don't want French now. We are going to have one national language and we'll be teaching our languages in school. Because those things gave you an understanding of who you are, an understanding of what to defend, an understanding of belongingness somewhere. Because if you speak in French, you see yourself as a Frenchman, you will protect French interest. You speak in English, you will see yourself as an Englishman, you will protect English interests. That was what the Chinese did. Now, after the people understood that, then what they did, they start investing in infrastructure. The Chinese did not just wait and start investing in infrastructure because their people need jobs. No, you have to set the basis first. After the Chinese did that, the people understood. Then the Chinese went into infrastructure. And if you look at Ibrahim, pay attention. Pay attention. Look at the Sahel nation. And that's what exactly they're doing. They're just taking their own time. Okay? Getting their bit per bit, bit per bit. Look at it. That's the same thing the Chinese did. And that's what the Sahel nation are doing exactly. So when the Chinese did that, then they start investing in infrastructure, putting their people to work. It was very hard for Europe and America to penetrate the system because they were not learning English. They were not learning in European or American English. They learned in the Chinese language. Their technology, everything in the Chinese language. Their governmental system, everything they believe in. After the infrastructure came, what happened? The Chinese then start coming with technology. And then you know what they did? The Chinese sent some representatives. The Chinese then sent Chinese outside of China. They went to Europe and America. They learned the technology. Boom! Because those Chinese, before they came out, they have already educated them about their nationality, their interests, where it based. So those Chinese came, they learned, then instead they went back with that technology. Boom! Look at China today. That's why Jeffrey Sachs said you have to look at the Chinese model. Because what Africa, you already have the population. Why? Africa, you already have the resources. And when you study Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso carefully, that was what exactly the Chinese did. And that is what exactly Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are doing. Unlike these other puppet African nations, stay sitting down there, waiting for Washington, D.C. to come and tell them what government is good for them. Waiting for Washington, D.C. to come and tell them which international, how they call it, organization should go and sign this deal to explore their resources and things. Jeffrey Sachs told you already, look at the Chinese model. And now you don't even have to go to China to look at their model. Because you already have in Africa, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso already doing it. Let's continue. The white man said it. Not me said it. The white man said what you need to do as an African. Because we like to believe the white man than an African man explaining the same thing.
White people. Watch this video, and I'll be right back.
He published a book called Race Tendencies and Traits of the American Negro, in which he lays out all the numbers, and then he concludes that if we simply avoided allowing Black people to have any access to health care, that within 2 or 3 generations, the whole race would die out, and that would solve the race problem in America. When Teddy Roosevelt, 1912, proposed a national health care system, people said no, because Black people will get it. When Franklin Roosevelt proposed a national health care system, it was the same thing. We don't want black people to get it. When Truman tried it in 47, same thing. Don't want black people to get it. We have to figure out a way to keep black people from using Medicare. And the way that they came up with was to have a 20% hole, a gap in Medicare, so that you had to pay 20% of your doctor's bill and your hospital bill, and that would discourage poor black people from showing up at the hospitals. Nearly 100% of the reason why the United States is the only country in the world that doesn't define healthcare as a right is because of racism. He published a book called Race, Tendencies, and Traits of the American Negro.
How many times do I have to say this? Racism is a detriment to you white folks, poor white folks especially. Because of racism, you poor white folks can't even get good health care because they thought if they could deny health care to black people that we would have been eradicated a long time ago. But hey, we still here and they have not changed the rules. How crazy is that? Even with Social Security, you have to pay 20% because of racism. We keep telling you, BIPOC keep telling you, black people keep telling you, it is not us that makes your life suck. It is those racist politicians and their racist legislation that they think that's going to harm us, but harms you at the same time. And they don't care if it harms you. They don't give a shit. And then you continue to vote against your own.
All right. So again, you see that if they cannot do it for the black man in the America, why do you think they would do it for the black man in Africa? Don't get it twisted. Don't be delusional. The same policy against the black man in America is the same policy, my friend, for the black men in Africa. Let's continue. So nobody, no white man comes from anywhere to save your black ass in Africa. Nobody. You yourself need to save yourself. Period.
We lied about Iraq. We lied about Afghanistan. We lied about Somalia. We lied about Libya. We put more small arms and medium arms into the hands of terrorist groups the world over by not securing Gaddafi's weapons caches in Libya than any arms merchant has ever put into the world. Did the same thing in Iraq. We failed to secure Saddam Hussein's arm caches. We didn't have enough troops to do it, so we just left them for Al-Qaeda and ISIS and others to have their will. We lied about Vietnam. We lied about Iraq. We lied about Afghanistan. We lied about Somalia. We lied about Libya. We put more small arms and medium arms into the hands of terrorist groups the world over by not securing Gaddafi's weapons caches in Libya than any arms merchant has ever put into the world. Did the same thing in Iraq. We failed to secure Saddam Hussein's arm caches. We didn't have enough troops to do it, so we just left them for Al-Qaeda and ISIS and others to have their will.
All right. So you heard it. They lie about Sudan. Sudan. They have the war there. They predicted it. They say in 5 years, Sudan should be destroyed, Libya should be destroyed, Yemen should be destroyed, Iraq, right, should be destroyed, right? And what he said, we gave arms to the terrorists, to ISIS. Look at Libya today. You heard what he said? We destroyed that place. He said we lie. So, why should we still trust the white man when the white man is the most lying human being on planet Earth? Nobody on this planet can lie past the white man. The white man is the most lying being on this planet. Because if they say anything to you, you have to go fast check. If they say anything to you, don't just agree. The white man is the most lying and deceiving human being on planet Earth. Because after they lie to you, they go and do what they want to do. And then after 2, 3 years, 4 years, then they come back with the true intention of why they went and do that. But they first lie to you and say, oh, it's because of this, because of humanity, this, that. After they go and do it, 5 years, then they come back and say, oh, we lied to you. It was not because of this. The white man is the most deceiving human being on this planet ever to live, to exist. So why should we always want to trust these people when all these evidences, all these lies and lies and lies we keep saying, they are not trustworthy, they are not truthful to what they say. They always lie. They themselves saying it. We're not making a story. We're just reacting to the obvious and telling them, now we know you. We don't want to be friends with you. Now we know you. We know our enemies. We don't want for our enemy to keep stabbing us. Let me give you a scenario here. You know what? Let me see if the last video can be the last. Yeah, let me see. Let me see something here. All right, let's place this. I have a last video that I want to play, and I will leave you with that video.
There's a corrupt. African people are lazy, less able. And what they always try and do is deflect attention from the real reason. The real reason is Africa had to be blocked.
I don't know what it did there, but they try to mess with my internet. So let me bring that video back up. I have to play that video back.
Always try and do is deflect attention from the real reason. The real reason is Africa had to be blocked on the industrialization path. It had to. And the reason, and this is the real resource curse, is because Africa has the resources, and if Africa uses them, Africa will quickly become an advanced continent. And if one thinks of Africa as an advanced continent, the whole geopolitical world is going to change. It's going to be turned upside down. The established powers don't want this. African.
So you heard that. And the established power, you already know them. The US, Europe, they got established, right, on the back of enslaving African people. That's how the United States got established. That's how Europe got established. They got established on the back of enslaving Africans. They got established on the back of colonizing the African continent, dividing the African continent and looting our resources for centuries of years. Okay? African people being enslaved on their farm plantation for years upon years. That's how they got established. That's how they got their power. That's what today they call it the power established, right? On the sweat and blood of African, raping, looting, right? Humiliation, right, of African people. That's how they got their power. So they are afraid too now. In their mind, if Africa become powerful, Africa might likely do to them what they did to African. Black people might likely do to them what they did to black people. That is also their fear. That is why they refuse to acknowledge that the greatest crime committed against the human race was the transatlantic slave trade, even that including the Arab slave trade, was to divide the African continent among themselves and systematically kill African leaders. Divide the African continent, and then King Leopold the idiot went to Congo, Belgium, and start chopping people off hand, making it like chocolate, cutting their legs off if they don't produce more rubber, or if they don't produce more gold and stuff, or mineral resources. If they don't produce more to take it to Belgium, a man that never stopped, or how they call it, put foot on the African continent in Belgium, but he had Belgium as a colony under his belt. In their mind, if they see that as crime, that will make the white race as the deadliest human being on planet Earth, because it is the greatest crime against humanity ever. And that will go into history that the white man committed the greatest crime ever in existence of the human race. The white man. They don't want that to happen. But they don't have to say, in fact, they don't have to vote and say yes. They are the one who have committed the heinous, the greatest crime ever in the existence of human being. The white man is the one that committed it. Whether they agree to it, whether they vote for it or not, they are the one. They are demon, they are devil. They committed the greatest crime committed against the human race. It's them. The bad crime ever committed is them. That's why they don't want to accept it, because they know how brutal, how bad, how inhumane it was. So people that do like this, people that think like this, why would they want for the African continent to unite? That's why they keep killing all our good leaders and then come back and say Africa do not produce good leaders. You see the mockery, you see the hypocrisy? You kill our greatest leaders and you continue to dehumanize them, to make them to get out of power. And then at the end, you will come and say Africa do not produce good leader. Oh, Nkrumah was a good leader. You didn't want him. Thomas Sankara, Amilcar Cabral, Patrice Lumumba. They were a good leader. Even in the diaspora, Dr. King was a good leader. Malcolm X, good leader. You kill these people. The Black Panther, they were good leaders. But one by one, you dismantle them. And then at the end, you will come and say the black community do not produce good leaders. You see the same fight, whether on a continent or out of the continent, you see the same fight. The same narrative. The same thing. The only thing that they can tell is they need more churches. They need more bishops for us. They need more pastors. That's the only thing they can help to produce for us. That's the only area they can invest their money to build more churches. For people to lie to and say the white man is a representation of God. And continue to show us white Jesus in our faces, white angel in our faces. But I dare you, a church come and preach to you that Jesus was black, they will never sponsor. In fact, that church will not get 501(c) no more in their lifetime again. If a black church come and say the angel was black, the prophet was, and which of course it is, which of course is true because it's in the Bible, which of course is true, it's not even a story. Job said he was black. Job 30:30. Solomon said he was black. King of Solomon. 5 verse 1. I mean, all of them. Okay? They were all black. Jesus said he was black. If you read the book of Revelation, Jesus said his father black. If you read the book of Daniel chapter 9 verse 7, God himself said, the Almighty himself said his description is there. He said he was black. So not only Jesus, but his father in Daniel 9:7, it said he's black. So all over it said these people, biblically, they were black. But if you find a black church that do that preaching, that black church will not get 501c never in their life. Imagine that. Imagine. So you think the people that don't want to accept the truth about you, you coexist with them? You better stop lying. Marco Garvey told us, but David Ibi did not agree. Marco Garvey said the only way we can move on is to disengage with these people and beat ourselves. And David Ibi said, no. We can integrate with these people, within these people. We can deal with these people and become who we want to be. Marco Garvey said no. That was where he and Marco Garvey and David Ibi disagree. And they took that disagreement to today, Liberia. Today, they took that disagreement to Liberia. And today, you see, that Liberia like that because of David E.B. Du Bois. David E.B. Du Bois was on the side of the colonialists. David E.B. Du Bois said no. Marco Garvey said no, David E.B. Du Bois. We can create our own states here. But we need to cut away from these Americans, from these white Americans. From Washington, D.C., David E.B. Du Bois said, no, we can't do that. We can still be friends with these people while we still bear ourselves. By the end result of that, what happened? Then Rose was bombed and destroyed. Black settlement bombed and destroyed. They moved bombing Philadelphia and thing. Washington, D.C., black settlement. Or Oklahoma, blacks, they destroy those places, they destroy black economy. Marco Garvey said this, but David E.B. did not listen. And today, look at Liberia. Today, look at the Republic of Liberia, a ghost town, a third world country. Because of the United States policy, David E.B. Du Bois did not listen to Marco Garvey. David E.B. Du Bois told Marco Garvey, you are making a mistake. You are making a mistake. Liberia will not be free. And here it is. Look at Liberia today. Stay under the control of colonial yoke. Now, I have a last video I'm going to show to you, and we're going to end it for the day. I have other one, but we have time. We got to go. I can't keep you all long. So I have one last video. One last video. Oh my God, you will love it. It's going to summarize what we just spoke of, what have been spoken, what you just listened to, what you got. It's going to summarize it. All right? Listen to the video. Very sweet. Watch this video. You will
Dear, please help me.
No, you will eat me.
Monkey, please help me.
No! You're dangerous, and I know you. I am also in the jungle.
Hein, please help me.
No! Everyone around here knows how bad and wicked you are. Only a stranger will help you. You deserve what you got.
Hey, sheep, what are you doing in the forest?
I am looking for fresh grass to eat.
Okay, that's good. Me too, I want eat. I have taken 3 days in this cage. Can you please open it?
Let your friend 3 days in the cage? Oh, I want to help you, but people said you will eat me.
No. Even though I am hungry, I will rather eat grass.
Okay.
Wait, I have been in this cage for 3 days without no food, and I want to eat, so I will eat you.
Wait, what? Why?
Because you're the only animal here, and lion don't eat grass. I am not a sheep.
But you promised me.
Yeah, but hungry lions don't keep promises.
Before you eat me, let us ask around. And if they said you've the right to eat me, then you will eat me.
Okay, that is fun. But we will only ask 3 animals.
Okay.
Tiger, if someone saved you but you're hungry, do you have the right to eat them? Yes, you have the right. Nature did. We only have to ask 2 animals. Eagle, if a small bird saved you but you're hungry, do you have the right to eat them?
Yes, obviously I will eat it.
Tortoise, if someone saved you, do you have the right to eat them? Well, it depends how it happened. I will explain.
Well, let's go back to where everything started. Great idea.
I was here locked in this cage for 3 days when the sheep saved me, but I am hungry and I need to eat him.
Let me see more details. Like this. Like this.
Sheep, lock him up!
Some people deserve where they are, so when you see them there, leave them. Because if you help them, they will dirt your white.
Thank you.
Now, before we leave, let me explain this video. Maybe some of you got it, right? Or some of you did not get the full video. For some reason, folks, my camera I don't think you care much about seeing me. But let me discuss that video, right? This is exactly the European and Africans. This is exactly the white man and the black man. Now, I am just letting our leaders, our 3 leaders, our 3 kings, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, to be very careful with the recent Washington, D.C. diplomat, Frank Garcia, and other people to the Sahel nation. They should be very careful with them. They should be very careful with the EU, how they call it, envoy and things to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. They should be very careful with them. Now, the lion was in a cage. You remember the reading that I did about the lynching law, where it said they gather their data, right? And the lynching law specifically provide military support to nations, right? And it said they don't give military support to nations that violate human rights, right? Something like extrajudicial killing, torture, rape, and all of those things, right? If they inform you of those things, they don't give you military support, right? Now, and in another article I brought out, they say now they have a vetting. So it's not them that decide whether military support should go to these people, not to go to these people, right? They have vettings, and these vettings are from NGOs, right? Or individual media, right? Now, did you see what went on in that video? The lion was in a cage. The lion saw the hyenas. Asked the hyenas, hey, I've been in this cage for X amount of days or months or weeks or years. I haven't eaten. So can you free me? And the hyena said, hell no. You are wicked. You are bad. You are demon. You are Satan. Why would I want to put you outside when you are in a cage? You are going to eat me. The lion said, no, I won't eat you. Hyena said, no, I don't trust you. The hyena left. Another animal came, the same thing. The animal said, no, I'm not doing it. You are devil. You are wicked. You are demon. I don't trust you. And then the little sheep came on the way. Lion said, little sheep, can you free me? I've been in this cage for X amount of years, days, weeks, whatsoever. I haven't eaten. I'm starving. I'm hungry. And the sheep said, how can I trust you? You don't eat grass. Because if you eat grass, I will free you because I eat grass. So if you eat grass, then obviously I know you will not eat me. You will eat the grass to survive. But on the other hand, you eat blood. You live on blood. You eat flesh. You live on flesh. And I have blood. I have flesh. Don't you think if I free you, because according to you, you have never eaten in days. So if I free you, I'll become your first prey. You will eat me to get strength. You will overshadow me because I don't have strength. I don't have teeth like how you have. I don't have claws like the claws that you have. And the lion begged the sheep and said, no, in our cave, I will eat grass. Just free me. And the sheep said, I'll hold you by your word. You said you will not eat me. You will eat grass. I'll hold you by your word. Okay, I will free you. The sheep went and freed the lion. When the lion got out, the lion told the sheep, I haven't eaten for days, so I'm hungry. The truth is, I lied to you. I told you I will not eat you, I will eat grass. That is exactly the white man, the European men, and the black men, and the African men. After slavery, these people still come and lie to us, and we agree, we listen to them. After colonization, these people came to lie to us, and we still listen to them. After killing our leaders, killing Nkrumah, Sankara, Amilcar Cabral, Dr. King, Malcolm X, Thomas Sankara, the list go on. These people still come to lie to us that they are coming for diplomatic talks. We listen to them. They are coming so we can build Africa and Europe and America relationship. We listen to them. They are coming so we can coordinate how we can coordinate mutual agreement and share dialogue and share resources. But they can never bring resources to us. By the end, they take our resources. They take advantage of us. That is that sheep, that measure with that sheep and the lion. That is exactly the white man and black man. Okay, so the lion said he or she want to eat the sheep. Then the sheep said, no, I hold you by your word. You need to stand by your word. That's why I'll free you. That you will not eat me, you will eat grass. The lion said, my friend, do you think I'm a grass eater? I don't eat grass. I live on flesh. I eat flesh. I drink blood. I don't live on grass. And then the lion said, okay, you know what? Let's go ask 3 people. And the sheep said, yes, okay, let's go ask 3 people. You remember about the story about the lynching law that said they take the venting from NGOs? Listen to this. That is why exactly I played this video. Now, the lion picked who they wanted, not the sheep. How are you going to ask a leopard? How are you going to ask a leopard? The lion went and picked. So the 3 animals they want to ask the leopard. What leopard eat? Leopard live on flesh. Leopard eat flesh. Leopard drink blood just like lion. They never went to an animal that don't eat flesh or drink blood. They went to a leopard and asked the leopard what the leopard said. The leopard said, yes, you're supposed to eat the animal. If you haven't eaten for 4 days, for 5 days, for 10 days, and you're hungry, and you see the animal, you say, okay, the animal and eat it. That is what America do. That is what Europe do to the African continent, to the African nation, to the black people. That's what happened in our sheep, in our video with our sheep and a lion. What happened in our video with the sheep and the lion? That is what happened in our book with the sheep, in our video with the sheep and the lion. That is why Ibrahim Traore is right. That is why Ibrahim Traore said, these NGO have to go. And that is what Jeffrey said was talking about. The only way Africa will move on, Africa need to look at the model of China. And that is what Ibrahim Traore said, these NGO have to go. Because these NGO cannot be the venting for human rights, but at the same time, these superpower, okay, so-called superpower, pay these NGO are the agent, pay agent who are here to write negative things about us, to tarnish us to these nations who don't want to see our government. They have to go. They cannot be the judge. So you see, the lion went and picked the leopard. You think the leopard will speak in favor of the sheep? When the leopard do not eat grass, the leopard eat flesh, just like the lion. You see that? Then they went to another area. Then the lion said, okay, we have 2 more animals to ask. We already asked one and it went in my favor. So it went against you. That is what exactly the white man do to the black man. That is what exactly the black man always take. The white man always take the black man to the RCC. No white man has ever been to the RCC, but the white man created the RCC for the black man. And take the black man to the RCC and put the black man in a jailhouse, in RCC jailhouse, because the black man failed to agree to the white man policy in his or her country. But you never see the black men that commit a heinous crime like the white man, but the white man cannot go to the RCC. That RCC that was created for the black men. That is what exactly you saw in our video with the leopard, the lion, and the sheep. Now, they went to the second animal. The second animal, then the lion said, we have 2 more people to ask. Then the lion take the sheep. Where the lion take the sheep? Another animal that eat flesh, don't eat grass. Another animal that eat blood, that drink on blood. Where? The eagle. Eagle eat flesh. So the lion took the sheep to the eagle and then asked the eagle, Eagle, when you have not eaten for days, you have been locked up in a cage, and a prey come and free you from that cage, and you don't eat grass, you live on flesh. What will you do? Should you not kill the flesh that free you so you can eat it? The eagle said, of course, yes. You need to kill that animal and eat it so you can get strength and move on, because you can't eat grass. There's no way you eat grass. You have to drink blood. You have to eat flesh. The sheep did not recommend the 3 animal, the 3 people they want to ask. It was the lion who take the 3 people they want to go ask. So now 2 against 1. That's the 3 against 1. The leopard went in favor of the lion. The eagle went in favor of the lion. On those 2 animals, they drink blood, they eat flesh. They will not be on the side because they have one common interest. They have one common goal. They are the same kingdom. They are the same people. They are the same animal. So the sheep once again was betrayal. The white man and the black man. The European and the African. Then they went to the turtle. While they went to the turtle, you know why the turtle was different? Because the turtle also lived on both flesh and grass. The turtle lived on both flesh and grass. Had it been that the turtle only had taste for blood and flesh, the turtle was not going to be balanced. Okay, the turtle was not going to say it depends. But the turtle know the taste of grass, right? And flesh. So how the turtle said, it depends. Because the lion said, Mr. Turtle, if you are not eating for days, you see a fool that come and you been locked in a cage, and the fool come and free you. What will you do? Will you not eat that fool? And the fool is at your disposal? And the turtle said, it depends. I have to know the full story. Why? Because the turtle does not only live on flesh. Why? Because the turtle does not only live on grass. The turtle have both taste. Now what the turtle say, it depends. I have to know what happened. Then the turtle said, we have to get to the root of the story. What happened? I want to know more what happened. But you see the other 2 animals, the leopard and the eagle, they never said, I need to know the true story. They never said it depends. Because they only live on flesh. They only live on blood. So they agree straight that, yes, you have to eat it. You have to kill it and eat it. But the turtle live on both flesh, right, and grass. And the turtle said, it depends. I have to know the story. I have to get to the root. I have to get to the bottom and see what happened, what transpired, right? And then the sheep said, okay, yeah, that's true. Let's go to where it started from. Now, they went to where it started from. The sheep explained. And then the turtle said, okay, then let me see how it happened. Go by in a cage. The leopard went in a cage. The turtle told the sheep, close the gate back. The sheep closed the gate. You know the moral of that story? Never ever you trust your enemy. Your enemy will always be your enemy. Never ever trust it. Just look. How long are we now going to know our enemy and know their intention? The same people who told ECWA will give you ammunition to go wage war on Niger. And that was the beginning. In fact, that was the reason why Mali and Niger, in fact, that was the reason why the Sahelian nation came. Today we have Sahel. That's how those three nations say, hey, no. Because Burkina Faso said you cannot go and attack Niger because we are fighting the same fight. Mali said you can't attack Niger because we are fighting the same fight. That's how those three nations came together to create one army. That's how ECOWAS said, no, we can't have that kind of powerful army. We don't have that army to go fight Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso when they jump together and have one army. Because at the end of the day, we will be entangled. Mali Soya will come from on the other side, from Mali, from the east, west, south coast, and they will kill us, they will attack us, we will not survive. That's how ECOWAS did not do it. Then the only thing they did now, US and Europe told AU then sent us a case, then put sanction on Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. AU went and put sanction on Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So you think we can trust Washington, D.C.? You think we can trust Europe? The same people, they say they don't respect our government. They don't respect Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso government. Ibrahim Tiani and Keita, they don't respect them. They call them junta. Then today, the same people come back and say, oh, you know what? Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, we want to build diplomatic tie with you, man. We want us to be friends. We want us to be one. We want to rebuild our tie. Do not trust these people. That video with that lion and the sheep, that is exactly they want to do to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Do not trust Washington, D.C. And do not trust Europe. Ibrahim Tiani. We trust you people. We know you're allowing them to come. We can't say no because we trust you people. But the decision that when they come, don't trust them. Never trust them. Never trust them. Never ever trust Frank Garcia, the United States Secretary. When he come, don't trust him. When these EU diplomats come, don't trust them. Don't ever trust them. You remember that movie, World War II movie? And there was true story. A Russian became United States Marine. And while fighting World War II, this Russian guy who was a United States Marine, he was a man that will go in from and see where the enemies are. And then call and let the United States Army or Marine that, hey, the enemies are here, they are coming, and whatsoever gave information. And the Russian guy who was on the side of the United States military, and he saw the Russian troop coming in, what he did, instead of him calling the United States Marine and say, oh, the enemies are coming, he never did it. He allowed these Russian troops to come in and work and pass through the United States Army. And then the Russian in Tanko, after they did that, the Russian in Tanko, the United States Army, and fire open. True story about World War II, fire open, they killed most Marines. And then this Russian guy did not open fire, and he had this weapon with long rifle, with long ammunition. He never opened fire on the Russian. And when he went, he was saying that the accident, he was scared. When they asked him, what did he say? They asked him, why you never shoot? Why you never fire? Why you never call us to let us know that the enemy was here? And what he said, my friend, once a Russian is still a Russian. Just because I'm in a United States Marine, that doesn't mean I should kill my people. Once a Russian is still a Russian. Folks, Africans, the one who colonized you for the same reason he colonized you, he never changed. Because his descendants are living by that legacy and still doing the same thing. The one who enslaved you, if he gave him a chance, he will still enslave you. Even though it was not them that did the enslavement, it was their forefather. But today, they are saying that enslavement they did to your forefather, that you are still living through it, going through that burning. You are still living through that suffering, that spare. They are saying they will never say what they did, what their forefather did was wrong against you. Because they are living that legacy of their forefather. They are living that riches, that richness of their forefather. So they will never say it was against humanity. Once a Russian is still a Russian. Don't get it twisted. If you give them a chance today, they will still enslave you. If you give them a chance today, yes, even though Africa is not free, the continent is still divided with colonial borders. But if you give them a chance, oh my God. In fact, what they did during colonial time, they will do more than that. If you give them a chance. If you give them a chance, what Leopold did in Belgium, DRC, we in Belgium today, they have a quality in DRC. What Belgium did, Leopold did in DRC. If you give them a chance, they will do more than that. If you give them the chance, the current generation of white, if you give them the chance, they will do more than what Belgium did in DRC Congo. That is why they say what Belgium did in DRC Congo, right? It is not a crime against humanity. They will never see it as a crime against humanity, because if you give them the chance, they will do it. That's why they don't want to see it as a crime against humanity. Because if they say it was a crime against humanity ever, then that means they will never do it again. But because they fight that, they voted against it, that means the U.S. can recolonize black people again if you give them the chance. That means the U.S. can have colony in Africa again, even though Liberia is not free, it's still under their control. That means if you give England a chance, England will recolonize Nigeria, even though Nigeria is still under their control, but they will do it in more than what they did. They will do it in Ghana more than what they did in Ghana. Even though Ghana still in their control anyway, somehow. But if you give them the chance, they will even do more. If you give them the chance, they will do more what they did in Kenya. In fact, the Mau people, what they kill, if you give them the chance, they will not kill only Mau. They will kill almost all the ethnic group in that place if you give them the chance. That's why they say they don't see it as a crime against humanity. Anyway, folks, this is today's presentation. I'll stop here. We stop here. Continue to like, share, subscribe as we continue to enlighten and bring forth the messages, the gospel. This is gospel. The gospel to our people. To make our people enlightened and to make our people wake up as collectively we work together. Collectively, we understand the system. Collectively, we understand our enemy. Collectively, we know how to deal with our enemy. Collectively, we know how to communicate with our enemy. Collectively, we know how to move with our enemy. Folks, I enjoy talking to you people as much as you enjoy me being here. But I got to go. We got to go. I love you all. Peace. Like, share, subscribe. Let it go. I love you all, guys. Peace.
The white power structure, because that's all we have in America. And the white power structure today is just as much interested in perpetuating slavery as the white power structure was 100 years ago. Only now they use modern methods of doing so. And realizing that the black people in this country are waking up and becoming filled with a desire to be looked upon as men and as human beings. The white power structure, to slow down that struggle for freedom and human dignity, uses tricks. 100 years ago, they could do it with chains. Today, they use tricks. And one of the tricks that they've invented is this token integration. To get Negroes, so-called Negro leaders, to accept a few token crumbs of integration that don't solve any problem for the masses of black people in this country whatsoever, but it does make the hand-picked Negroes be satisfied to slow down the cry of the masses. And a good example of that is as soon as the spirit of rebellion or revolution began to spread among the masses of black people in this country, and they began to take an active part, and they showed that they weren't confined to this non-violent approach, then the government or the power structure began to sit up and take notice and